Since you can't be live to greet new viewers,
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile National Cup Regional Finals for the UK and Ireland region. My name is Imperium. I'm with the one and only beautiful HighlandWolf. How are you getting on today, my friend?
Doing good. It's a quiet afternoon today, going into the evening, and I mean, how's the weather been with you? I'm a little bit cloudy. Have you had any sun?
No, not really. To be honest, I haven't even really been able to check out much of the sun, to be perfectly honest. Because the basically the window in front of me is completely blocked off, so I'm able to control the light better. So I don't look outside too much, but anyway, coming into today's games, we have 6 more games for you guys off the back of the 6 games that we had yesterday. And to give you a bit of an overview, if you did miss any of the action yesterday, what these teams are fighting for. So the PUBG Mobile National Cup brings multiple countries and regions together to form teams to fight for not only representing themselves, but representing their country. And not only that, but they will, of course, if they qualify for the national finals, they can fight for a spot, up to 3 spots for the 2021 PMCO Spring Split. So it is pretty exciting. You see the list of countries there. You have like Russia, Kazakhstan, you have regions like UK and Ireland, and the Nordic region. So I think it's really exciting, and with one representative from each country, it's something different, and I think it's very exciting. HighlandWolf.
definitely going to be an important thing for these teams to get in their pockets, to get up the grabs going into next year's matches and tournaments. But obviously, we've had one day of games, should I say, sorry, already, and we've had 6 matches to see how these teams will be playing out. And we do have, if you want me to go over the teams just quickly before we go over the scores, we can let all of it
no, we'll be going over the scores. Before we go over the scores, let's give the guys a bit of an idea in terms of the point system that we have in place for the PMNC regional finals. It is going to be the PMCO style point system of 20 points per chicken dinner, going down to 14, 10, so on and so forth, HighlandWolf.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be much more important for these teams to be making it towards those final spots in these games. And you saw in yesterday's matches, if you haven't, go check it out after this if you want to. But obviously, these teams trying to hide out. We've seen that in these first 6 games to get these extra points where you start seeing the top 3 with 10, 14, up to 20 now points for first place in that chicken dinner. And these teams definitely wanting to stay alive. And I think we have seen a little bit more passive what we saw yesterday. But going towards the end, it was a little bit more action-packed. It was a little bit more exciting and eventful. So I want to see more of that action. I want to see more gore and really bloody action here going into tonight's games.
Thought I'd pan it over to the right overlay. But I do totally agree with you there, HighlandWolf. And let's give the boys and girls, if they did miss out on yesterday's games, a bit of an idea of what the overall standings are like currently right now. You do see Optic Gaming EU holding on to first place, 111 points over 6 games, 1-1-1. It's a pretty solid way to be right now. I think they secured 2 chicken dinners yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So it's part of the reason why their placement points are so high. And then you have Flex the Rivals X in second place, only 91 points. So that's like, what, a 20-point difference? And then you have Magic in third and MVP in fourth. So it is pretty close, in my opinion, between the top 4.
I think what we do have to mention as well, that it isn't just as close now as what it was looking at yesterday's games at the time.
Yeah.
Optic Gaming, they led with a 90-point lead out of the first 4 games.
Yeah.
And it was the last 2 games here. They only secured 21 points. And that's where we saw Flex, where we saw Magic, where we saw even now MVP with 83 points really boost themselves up towards the top of his leaderboard. And it actually ended up being a lot closer than what we were expecting, what we were anticipating after those couple first games.
And then, of course, as you go down the overall standings, you have 777 Esports in 5th there on 69 points. My favorite number. Well, Hazard Gaming in 6th on 63, and Godson on 59. So I do think there is that little bit of a jump between MVP and 777 Gaming, that the likes of 777 Gaming and the teams down below will have to kind of, fight that little bit harder, so to speak, to get into that same, I would say, grouping as a top 4. So, but with 6 games and with 6 opportunities, I think there's a lot that probably will change in the overall standings.
Yeah, I think we can't just count out the likes of even these bottom of the left-hand side teams. Like you mentioned, Godsent, they're surprisingly in 7th position as that global championship qualified team. So we'll be looking for them to really put on a show, considering especially that 2 of their 6 games ended in a last place finish with 0 kills. So that was not what we expect to see out of what people would assume were the favourites going into this competition.
I'm sorry, there seemed to be an issue where I was... Right? There seemed to be... I was removed from the room for some reason.
That's not very good. Well, I mean, while you're removed from the room, we can go over the 6 games today, which we will be bringing at you. 6 more action-packed games like we had yesterday, but this time it's going to be a little bit different, in reverse order this time from yesterday's matches. So we're going to start off with Miramar and going over to Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, Vikendi, Then we're going to finish off in Erangel. We're going to have a midway break between those, after the third game, before we get into those final 3 games as well. Just allow these teams to reconsolidate and get back into the action, because they'll be needing those points perhaps for those final 3 games. But it's interesting to note, though, that on top of those 6 games, 4 of the games and for each, Miramar and Erangel will be the choice here for this competition. So it will be super important that these teams go back into Miramar and Erangel today, particularly these first 2 games, and get those points on board, because those are the 2 most common maps that these teams have to face.
Yeah, 110%. I'm just trying to sort out the situation in terms of, why I was removed from the room, because I'm trying to sort out what the situation is, because that shouldn't be the case. I kind of need to be in the room. So I'm just trying to sort that out. But I'm gonna pan it back over to the overall scores. If you want to maybe, what's your chances, or what's your thoughts on the teams that are what's your thoughts on the teams on the right-hand side, right, in the bottom 8? What do they kind of realistically need to do to kind of get either into the top 8 or even into the running of the top 3?
Yeah, so obviously we do have Strangers Extreme and Random for Esports, their 9th and 10th position now. Keep in mind, Strangers Extreme, even though they are only on 50 points, they're leading more kill points than they are participation points. So that speaks to me as a team that we saw yesterday as well, a team that are more aggressive and they go for these risky plays. And as a result, they didn't have the greatest of games. But if they do manage to keep those kill points up, and if they manage to keep those game points a little bit higher than what we saw in yesterday's 6 matches, that will boost them up, and that could potentially, they do well enough, if they secure a couple chicken dinners, can get them to that top spot. Random for Esports, keep in mind, although they are in 10th position, they were consistently making it towards the end of these games. So if they can again boost themselves just a little bit higher in these 6 games, they will be able to take that top spot, perhaps away from Optic Gaming EU. And then we have Team Savage, PTL Fighters, Hard Shift, which I kind of jinxed a little bit in these first 2 games.
You did, big time.
Arena 51, Esports, Team Nepal, and unfortunately NFX. Now, I think we have to be honest here. We have to look at these bottom teams and we say, well, they're just not realistically going to make it to the top spot. But what we can do is upset the top of the leaderboard. They can take points away from Optic Gaming EU, from Flexible Rivals and Magic, MVP Gaming, even from these top 4 leading teams. And if they do that, and if we see teams like Strangers Extreme, if we see teams like Random for Esports then take control of these 6 games today, that could definitely flip this leaderboard upside.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point that you do make, that the teams in the bottom half, they might not have anything to gain in the sense of fighting for that top spot, but they could cause some upsets and be a reason why somebody doesn't make it from that point of view. Now, we do have, and we have had, a new update for PUBG Mobile. And the most notable thing amongst everything that was brought out with the update, for me, the most notable thing is that frag grenades now do 20% less damage. 20% less damage. And for me, that's so good, because I always said that frag grenades were too powerful. Just too powerful. It was so easy to throw 3-4 grenades. One shot potential. Yeah, one shot, and you're wiping out 2 or 3 players. Now, I'm not saying that's not going to be the case, but I think taking that 20% damage away means that you either have to hold more, which compromises the amount of meds and ammo you have in your backpack as well, or you have to be accurate to a point where you get maybe that 1 knockdown and then you take that risk, whereas previously you could kind of throw 2 or 3 out, get 2-3 knockdowns, and then you could rush in for the squad wipe. So I really like that change with the new update.
Yeah, definitely have to agree. And it is going to mean, though, with extra range to these grenades, that they can be used more as a zoning tool here in PM as well.
True.
They can be used to divert enemy teams trying to come into.
When you say extra range, what do you mean by that?
Radius around the explosion. around the grenade there. So it'll be an extra radius of explosion damage, which means these teams can use them, as I say, more for zoning. But it will be Miramar, which will be our first game here, going on to our screens very shortly as the cooldown comes in for the match start time, and it will be these teams getting ready and prepared. And I think we have to obviously look towards the... Are you good?
Yeah, I just noticed that we only have, for whatever reason, we only have 11 teams in this game one. Now, I don't know if it's because teams didn't update, or I don't know what it is, but we only have 11 teams joining this hobby. For me, that's a bit of a feels bad, man, because it's just not the norm, right? It's not that competitive standard for, you know, to have, you know, but yeah. It just means that the early game is going to be quite passive.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll change up how we see these teams play. But, you know, never mind it might be a bit passive. We might see just a little bit of aggression if we do see those hot drops or not from these teams. But what it does mean is Imperium, that there is more potential for teams right now to get higher game points. Because with only 11 teams in, they can survive longer. But what I also think will be important is these teams' control and rotations moving into the zones. Because more teams are going to be likely to survive towards Phase 3, Phase 4, even Phase 5 in this game, it means that they need to be much more aware of how they're coming into the zones and which area of the zone they're actually trying to control against these teams. Obviously, a really obvious way to look at those zones as where it's moving and try go the opposite way to where the zone has shifted. That will give you more, statistically, more room to maneuver. But we will see the playing path going over for this first game. And it will be going from the islands down on the southeast over towards La Coveria, which will provide a very central playing path for these teams to get their drop locations in and get a comfortable first game underway.
I'm definitely a little bit salty at the fact that there's only 11 teams joined. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and just say that they're silly billies for not updating the game properly and finishing the update. Because when you do update the game, normally it will automatically have Erangel updated. So if you're in a scrim or a tournament and you have that first game, it's nearly always Erangel. So you're kind of fine for that first game, and you might get caught out in the next game, right? But because we're starting with Miramar, which is a map you have to download after updating the game, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say it's because there's a good 19 silly billies now waiting to join for game 2.
You can say that. We've got the likes of Nepal there, which are in that 15th position spot. So there will be teams from the lower end of the scoreboard looking to try boost themselves up, looking to try upset these teams. Because keep in mind, even once they're done with these 6 games today, even if they're not at the top, they still want to look good. They still want to be as high up to the top as they can be to prove themselves here. But look at that zone and look at the way these teams are positioned in Los Leones. That is a cluster of players. And you mentioned early game skirmishes weren't going to be enough, but Optics strike first blood, and it will knock down one of the members. Nepal also finding one onto Stranger's Extreme.
Yeah, Stranger's Extreme had one player knocked down at the hands of Optics by a vehicle, no less, and then their second player got knocked down by obviously one of the Nepal players. So it's not looking too good. G9 has been revived up at least for his side, and now it's going to be Batman Lightning, and G9 is going to be left standing. Although it's going to be spot out by Hazard. Temp comes in, get a nice knockdown onto Lightning. That's going to be a confirmed kill, and a sweet start for Hazard as they do pick up an early kill. And yeah, you talked about that cluster of teams inside Los Leones area. It is making some unorthodox or unexpected early game action in Miramar, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think, obviously, you know, it will be a little bit tricky as well for these teams to make rotations into the zone. Particularly, obviously, that zone is central. But if it does shift over that potential for it to shift over really hard northwest. Maybe the likes of 777 then look really comfortable, whereas all of these teams, clusters of teams, they're going to have to fight through this brick wall of players. But look around the center of that map. Look in my favorite spot here. Picado Hill is going to be in the center. With Power Grid, and that's a juicy location to be trying to control. And you see Godsent trying with their usual spot here over in Happy Ender. Perhaps they move over to Picado, onto the hillside, onto the high ground, and they take these vision control over all of these teams moving in.
You're also looking at Crater Fields would be another core area, in my opinion, of this phase one, because Crater Fields, you have so much rotation potential, in my opinion, a lot better rotation potential compared to the hills of Picado and Power Grid, and you're able to look over towards San Martin, Hacienda, and around the Power Grid area. So I would definitely think for 777 Esports, disengaging away from the Cobre area, just go into the Crater Fields Mountain, grab a decent bit of information, wait for phase 2 to pop up, and you'll be all set to go. It would be even a little bit similar for Magic inside the Minas Generalis area. I don't think they will go to the high mountain above Minas Generalis, but if they wanted to, they could do that, and they would be able to get a lot of information on the likes of FX or any of the other teams that are to the west of them.
Also like here, you see this early rotation coming out from Hazard over to La Bendita, and they will potentially look to not only just loot up around this area, but also use La Bendita, the hillside around the crater itself, as awareness for the rest of these teams moving in. They obviously know there is a cluster of teams going to be around at Los Leones area, and they're using that advantage of the high ground to potentially spot them out. But they are moving into another cluster of 2 teams here with Magic and PTL. So that potentially could be them getting caught out if they're not too careful when they peek their head over this hill. As you can see, Temp is edging very much closer to the side of PTL.
Yeah, and that is, you know, that's where when you're rotating on Miramar, it's not that you completely have to stop all the time, but you do want to in some way grab a bit of information before you make a much deeper rotation to center circle. I think Temp has kind of seen those players from PTL inside that compound, and he gets an initial knockdown onto King. Now he prones his way down while the rest of his team does look to try and form a bit of a angle and a bit of a flank coming in through his Temp is going to get a second knock. PTL find themselves under a hell of a lot of pressure. It's just Prama left standing, as it is going to be Harsh that was knocked down as well. In comes Hugo to get the final blow, and that's going to be a clean squad wipe by Hazard Gaming at the early parts of this game.
It's a beautiful engagement there from 2 sides. You had Temp, who was able to keep himself alive as a solo member, get that initial knock and draw the attention and fire of PTL towards him, and from then you allowed 3 members just to smack them from behind. And you see, and we look back at the map though, we do see teams rotating still again here with likes of Flex, the rivals, now moving up around the San Martin and Picado area, which is my favorite. But you mentioned Picado earlier, about Picado being a little bit tricky to get outside of. What do you think of his OMA rotation into Picado now?
I think it's a bit risky. You don't need to execute that kind of rotation into a city like Picado so early in the game. I get it from a looting perspective. They're going to be able to grab a decent bit of loot, but if they hang around the Picado area for too long, even though, don't get me wrong, there's only 37 players in lobby, or for them 33 other players, but there is still that fear because Picado and the hills of Picado are so central in phase 1 that moving out could become quite tricky for OMA. So we'll have to wait and see.
You also see Hazard making another rotation up towards the hillsides there, but Prada is going to separate them. And Magic potentially now can use this to their advantage to separate Hazard and pick them off, with Will H and Hugo falling a little bit behind there. You see the rotations of Magic on this map moving closer, but I don't think it'll be quick enough. I think Will H and Hugo here will be able to make it over to the hillside to join up their team and stick together as a full squad. Maybe Hugo gets called out for being a little bit behind, but as I mentioned, they should be here safe to rotate up to the hillside.
I think it's because Magic aren't really in a position where the whole squad can take a clean amount of shots onto Hugo and the rotating members of Hazard. So there was definitely a little bit of luck involved for Hazard Gaming, right? Because because Magic were separated, but it's still an overall well executed rotation by Hazard. But they are going out of the fire pit into the fire because they do have a Flex to Fix currently in second or third place overall in the standings, just right above them.
Flex in second position here, looking to maintain that, if not look to beat Optic, of course, is their desire. But Flex are going to be a little bit of a harder beast to tackle here. But it does look very different today's games for Hazard. They're very aggressive here. They're moving from compound to compound, and they've not stopped trying to take these team fights. And although this could pay off really good for this squad, and if they can keep themselves alive, they can rack up those kills. You see, Vanix is already knocked, but they could be eliminated early on outside of potentially these final zones.
And you do see, like, Hazard are just looking to continue their momentum throughout this game. Hell, throughout this tournament, to be perfectly honest, considering they have more kill points than placement points in these first 6 games. They're stopping that revive being executed by Flexifix, because I think Flexifix have heard the noise, they've heard the footsteps, they've heard the vehicles of the likes of Will H edging closer to our compound, stopping Nazis moving across the road to Manic. So really that's great proactive aggression coming out from Hazard.
This team joint third position for the amount of kills with 35 from yesterday here. The only teams higher than a Magic and Flex the rivals with 36 and 39, but Temp has been knocked, and that might just make them suffer here. This engagement, as it will be CR7 here to take revenge.
Yeah, CR7 tagged me in the PMNC chat yesterday saying, yeah, his name isn't Craig, it's CR7, and I kind of apologized, said, yep, I won't make that mistake. So it is indeed CR7 Foresight getting a nice cheeky kill onto Hazard Gaming, and this is pretty good. This is being turned around because Nazis was able to make us cross away to get the revive onto Vamix, and it's falling apart as Tempest is now also being knocked down by Hazard Gaming. It seemed like they looked to be proactively aggressive, but then stopped, and they've been picked off one by one.
And this is what we mentioned, right? If Hazard go too far in, this is where they're punished. You see Tempest is now down. Hugo, and that will with Will H be the entire squad of Hazard wiped out, but it won't be over just yet. You see, maybe Magic peek themselves over the hill, but I think they will be a little bit wiser here than Hazard to do so, and they might just move a little bit around that hill, look for a better position than Hazard trying to engage over the top. You have to look around the rest of this map though here, and as this zone has moved over northwest as I kind of predicted here. I'm a bit of a foresight god here, Imperium, for this game number 1, 777, and Godson going to be looking really strong around that outside of the Crater Fields area and on the hillside to see these teams like Optic coming in from the south, like even the Strange Extreme coming in from that western side.
And you know, being down to 9 teams, of course, automatically makes it much easier for any of the teams outside the circle to enter, any of the teams on the edge of the circle to get a bit more of a central position. I do want to say I kind of messed up on the camera control on the final kill by Flexifix onto Hazard Gaming. So sorry about that, but Flexifix closing out a well-executed turnaround fight, in my eyes. MVP and Power Grid, it's looking pretty good because they're protected sightline-wise by teams to the east of them, and then they have a lot of open information on the likes of 777 and Optic Gaming to the west of them. So I really like MVP's position in the Power Grid buildings, and then Godsend a little bit similarly outside of San Martin City, overlooking on towards the high ground area. And yeah, this is, you know, the 12.5 minute mark of the game where we're not really going to see too much action as the next phase does shift up, and it does go to the northwest. Crater Fields, what did I say? Core area is going to
was
be
good.
absolutely on point, and Optic Gaming are going to make their way through the fields of El Pozo, wrapping up the mountain, going right into the open loving arms of 777. But do they know that 777 are there? Because that's a big chungus of a mountain that they're not really able to look up at. And will 777 be able to look down towards Optic Gaming?
777, they've just made that ascent right now up to the top of that big chungus mountain, and they will be looking to take that high ground advantage over. It does look like Nepal unfortunately lose one there as they try maybe navigate around the Picardo Hill. But you mentioned it will be a bit quiet. I disagree with you there, though. I think down towards this southeastern side here in PM, there's a lot of teams still to get back in. You see Flexapic going up against MVP. You see Nepal moving up against OMA. There could be a couple fights still just moving into this Crater Fields because of the way this zone is rotated.
Yeah, but MVP have reacted pretty quickly, sending 3 of their members much closer to the center circle, leaving Senzo to get a little bit of information on teams coming in from the outside, although now he's starting to move. Oh, no, he was knocked down. My apologies. I didn't realize he was knocked down, but either way, that's still him giving a bit of information as the rest of MVP have been able to disengage and get into the closer parts of the circle. OMA moved away from Picado pretty successfully. Godsend are going to have to think about their position because it is much closer to the edge of the eastern side of this phase 3. And then all the while, Magic Prada is going to be getting a little bit of information. Is he going to get caught out by Jaja? Indeed he does. He's going to get knocked down. Bob's your uncle, a clean, cheeky kill for Godsend as Magic get caught out rotating.
What this does provide for them is the vision that Godsend are on this mountainside. So it will, as a result, mean that Magic don't go up that way. They instead take a more southerly detour round into this zone and perhaps into the open loving arms instead of Flex, the rivals, or even OMA. They still have to be careful because they are making that late rotation. The last team to get inside this phase 3 zone, and it does look like a very contested zone here, despite the fact it's phase 3 and despite the fact we've only got 9 teams.
Well, Magic are finding themselves in a spot of bother because they lost Prada and now they're going right into Flexifix, who'd rotated earlier to them. Cossie's going to get caught out. Adoba's now going to have to act very swiftly inside the minivans to try and get that revive off. Cable, can he suppress the members of Flexifix? I know the grenades do 20% less damage, but will Flexifix still be able to make those count? Indeed, they do not. The revive has been pulled off onto Cossie and they do disengage away. I think Flexifix are on one hand kind of why for not pushing that further without really having the full information on the positioning of the members of Magic. But then on the other hand, maybe they did miss an opportunity to take advantage of that initial knockdown.
These teams will look to disengage though, as that zone did move further away from both these teams, and it will be Vanix also knocked down. I believe it did get knocked down rotating in their vehicle out.
Yeah.
So that does put a little bit of pressure on them. Magic still have them on their tail. But I think it will be this interesting zone here in PM. Look at the fact the way this zone is rotated. You've got 3 mountain sides here, but you've also got a road in the middle. You've got very deep terrain differences. You've got extreme highs and you've got extreme lows, which means these teams' positioning moving in will be vital to their success. And you see this southerly mountaintop will be contested as MVP and OMA go up against each other.
Yeah, and then you did see Magic looking to try and disengage away from Flexifix, realizing they couldn't really take advantage of that knockdown. Now they're going to move away. Nepal going to join in on the fun as well as MVP do everything they can to hold on to the southwestern side of this circle. The knockdown comes through with the M249 on the poison, leaving Manus doing what he can along with Hitman to try and protect himself, but Hitman gets dropped down. There's just one player left standing for the side of Team Nepal, and we might see them go out and bow out of this game, but he is around the other side of rock, so he's not going to get spotted out by MVP just yet. MVP going to turn their attentions towards OMA, who had moved into that position. So it's nice that MVP were consistently aggressive, but ADS gets called out by Chahal. Can he reposition away to the safety so that revive will be executed? We'll have to wait and see, as Magic also maybe looking to rotate in a little bit of a similar direction.
7 as well on the outskirts in the far ground, and it could mean that these 5 teams go up against each other. But I'm also loving the rotations. Keep this in mind, Optic and Strange to Extreme did make their way towards the northern mountaintop, which I love, because that means that if they will avoid this fighting, they'll guarantee themselves a laser spot in this game. But also, if it continues to go up north, they will have the advantage in the high ground. So keep them in mind moving later. But it is these 5 teams, as we mentioned, this cluster on the south that will see these kills ensue a little bit closer towards the next couple minutes.
Bit of a stalemate right now. Get into closing parts of phase 4, phase 5 does pop up on our screens. Matter of just suppressing the teams around you at this stage. Not really going to be able to secure too many knockdowns because everybody's aware of each other. It's going to be, of course, generally much harder for OMA if it does shift up north on this phase 5. But it's still not going to be easy for MVP, because if it shifts up north, it means there's a much higher chance more teams are going to be around them, which is going to make it harder to deal with. And indeed, it does shift up northwest right into the position of Godsend. Man, they couldn't have an easier job in this first game of the day as a 3-man team. They don't have to do anything realistically. They're inside those buildings. It's low ground, so even if the next phase shifts away from them, they have to move up the hill. So honestly, this is realistically an MVP win. But until that happens, there's still going to be a hell of a lot of fights on the southern side of this map.
Yeah, I almost disagree with you in a way. The MVP, they are in this tricky position, right? That they can't really go further ahead without potentially being backdoored by Flex or OMA. But in front of them, you see 777 also making that rotation. And Godsend will look like they're struggling as 777 losing and WAN there on that rotation. And MVP moving very close to Nepal here.
Yeah, it's Optic Gaming, a team that we kind of forgot about a little bit, able to come in from behind on the 777 Gaming and put her onto them. It's just one player left standing now, and he is inside that tiny little shack. So 777 are going to take control of the position that 777 Gaming had. Isora gets a knockdown onto Flex to fix. Jay onto MVP. Danny, it is just third party, fourth party central down on the southern side of this map as I try my best to keep an eye on this kill feed and catch all the action. Rodiz was knocked down, but because of the return fire by the OMA side, they've been able to find a little bit of time where that revive might be well executed onto his teammate Rodis. Cable finds Rodis. That's going to be that kill confirmed. So that's not going to be the case, as Cossi does everything he can to hold on to this game for Magic. A first aid kit being pulled on. Cable is behind him. Can he find that revive onto Adobo? They're on the western edge of the circle with the last remaining player of MVP just in front of him.
He's still going to go out as Flex tried to return it back against OMA here. But it is still Godson and Strange Extreme with that compound on the south there, that advantage. And Optic going to gatekeep all of these southern squads here moving in. Still all 4 of them alive, a little bit more than the other maybe, as Magic does have more players than the rest of them with OMA. But it will be Strange Extreme trying to take down Optic.
Stranger Extreme doing a great job of suppressing Optic just a little bit. Getting that knockdown on the Hackshot. Hackshot will be able to be revived up because of that 2-2 split that Optic do hold onto, which I think is very confident coming into this late stages of the game. They did find the final kill onto 777 Esports as OMA are taking the pain against Magic, coming in from the higher ground areas. The blue zone is closing in. Drop they go. Takes down MVP. ADS goes down to the ground. Jay is now going to be prone down behind this rock as Magic, should I say, have done a great job considering they have been in a couple of little firefights to hold down this 3-man team and keep surviving, keep striving in this first game of the day. It is important that they do close the gap onto Optic Gaming, who are, of course, still inside this game, the full squad.
They've got such a distance to get back realistically into the rest of the fight if they want to do so, but keep the mind the way that zone has rotated here in Imperium. It has rotated back into the favor of Optic, so now it's a disadvantage actually. Godsend and Stranger Extreme need to make that marathon sprint over into the action, over to the top of that hillside. But Godsend, they strike.
Why would you do that? Why? Just why? Hey, look, I'm all for taking a risk, but come on. But now, as Magic are firmly inside this Phase 6 circle, the rest of Strangers Extreme are going to go towards Optic Gaming, and that's going to be the end of them. Batman goes down. You're going to have to find your Robin back in the lobby, my friend. Kossi finds death. Going to confirm that kill. That's going to be Optic put under a little bit more pressure. They're down to 3 players. Jay from OMA still prone down, yet to be spotted out by Magic. Could he stab Magic in the back? There is, of course, still CR7 of Flex to Fix still in play as Magic Kossi finds another player from Optic Gaming, and once again, even though Godsend have to disengage away from this compound, they're allowing every single other team to take each other out as Rokas pushes his way up that hill with the minivan. He's gonna get spotted out by Cable, but has he created enough of a space with that minivan where the rest of his team could make their way out of this compound? Smokes are being thrown out, grenades are being popped out by Magic to try and secure that kill. It's not going to work because of that 20% damage reduction in the new update to those frag grenades.
Check that update paper, Magic, because it is changed here. But Godsend, they are in the death pit. They do have to make that ascent up to the top here. So we do see Magic, they look in strong control. Maybe their disadvantage here. Kossi is split away. They can be third party, then Flex and OMA. But Magic, they strike again.
They do strike again, getting an down onto Will. I believe Optic are providing their own little bit of an off-angle pressure onto the members of Godsend, which is part of the reason why Will might have gotten swapped out by Magic in that reposition, as the circle does go into favor of Optic Gaming on this Phase 7, who do hold onto the shack, hold onto the central circle position. Fear that Flex to Fix is able to find a kill onto the members of Magic, leaving just Cable and Kossi left up for this Magic side. And then you do still have Jay from OMA comes in and finds a kill on the Cable. He waited, he bided his time, and he struck at the right moment and puts Magic down to just 1 player. We've got 5 teams, 7 players up. 2, 3, 1. No, sorry. 2, 2, 1, 1, 1. That is absolutely insane coming into the final couple of circles of this Miramar game.
This is what we talked about. This is what we mentioned. Flex and OMA, that third party potential. With Optic, they get Magic out of the game. Make 3 teams. It's also Flex dives to the play zone. This is the final 3.
The final 3 indeed. Jay of Team OMA able to hang on for dear life. Put his team into the top 3. Optic, the current leaders of the pack, trying to get another consistent result in their favor. And now it's going to be a little bit of a repeat of the last Miramar game between these two behemoths of Godsend and Optic Gaming. Beasts are taking a chunky amount of health. Is going to have to pick off that first aid kit. Indeed, he does, to put himself back up to 75% health. You have Farah on the other side behind that shack as well, trying to give information on off angles as those grenades are being fired up by Godsend just to suppress the members of Optic Gaming once again. As far as I know, Godsend have to move into the circle down the side of that mountain. Now they're making a great reposition step by step. The reason why is because they are definitely protected by one of the Optic members, and they're running and gunning their way down this hill. But as they go closer to this circle, they are going to get spotted at more and more by the 2 remaining players of Optic Gaming. Jaja comes through, the shots are being fired up, Raucus goes down, Jaja is able to get off a first aid kit. It's a 1v1 with the trade-off on the Farah. Beaster gets Jaja out in the open. Jaja goes, can he pull off what he pulled off in the EMEA League? He does indeed. He finds Beaster behind the rock and he gets a chicken dinner for his Godsend side.
revenge for the trio. Not even a squad Godsent need to take the chicken dinner for his first game. And undoing so, do take 7 points with them. And this is what we talked about. This is the upset that now needs to happen. Pushing Optic slowly, albeit, down this leaderboard to get to that top spot. Optic do take second place with 4 kills. And OMA hanging on with his epic third parties in third position with 6 kills.
Yeah, really absolute top-notch stuff coming out for OMA, to be honest. The hold on off the back of what was really extreme pressure. And then Flexifix coming in fourth is also pretty strong as well for him and the rest of his team in terms of holding on to an opportunity of qualifying for the national finals. It's still going to be a bit of an uphill battle because Optic Gaming finished 7th because they were able to get 4 kills, whereas Flexifix able to get more kills but less placement points, so they might have cancelled each other out. Magic got caught out after what was generally a fantastic job played by the 3 members of Cable, Cossi and Adobo, but those one-man armies came in at the right time, swiped them out, and they kind of got caught. They just got caught out, and that was just unfortunate, to be perfectly honest.
There's nothing to say, however, and they've never finished off one single team. They never completely wiped a squad, and that's what cost them. We mentioned it earlier in that game. They could be third party by these solo players, and they were as a result. You then have Optic finishing off Magic to put them into 5th position. But note where the kills are here. It is around these top 5 teams getting those 6-7 kills, which means as a result, all the rest of these teams who fell below the top 5, they are going to struggle to pick up those kill points. Albeit the exception of Hazard, who with their early aggression did manage to pick up a couple squads before they were wiped out by Flex.
Oh man, so taking through the overall standings, you Godsend in first place, as we saw, getting 7 kills for themselves. Optic Gaming in second, getting 4 kills. You had Team OMA in third place, getting 6 kills. You had Flexifix in fourth, getting 7 kills. You had Magic in fifth, getting 7 kills. You had the side of Strangers Extreme in 6th place, getting 1 kill. MVP in 7th, getting 1 kill. 777 Esports in 8th, getting 0 kills. Team Nepal in 9th, getting 0 kills. Hazard Gaming in 10th, getting 6 kills. And PTL in 11th with 0 kills. Of course, because of the lack of, 16 teams in the lobby, there was automatically less kill points available, which meant that those placement points were, in my opinion, even more valuable in this game.
Definitely have to agree with you there, particularly that these kills went very top heavy towards that top of the leaderboard as well. I am impressed though that Godsent were the ones to pull out that chicken dinner. I honestly thought they maybe lost a member. I didn't realize they were only a trio here into this first game. So to take away that chicken dinner as well from Optic is super important for them, considering that they are, I believe, in 7th position here. They need a strong set of games here tonight to bring themselves back up to the top and assert that dominance we expected them to be taking out on the first day. But it is still Optic in 2nd position. It is still Optic going to assert their lead above the rest of these teams like Magic, OMA, in MVP, who were edging, should I mention, closer? Not anymore. And we move in to next game. Erangel will have to see if that lead can be stopped.
Yeah, I definitely think the biggest winners of that game, if you do think about it, was definitely Godsend, because they won that game and they got I think 6 or 7 kills. They would have gotten 27 points, which is automatically gonna put them overall above MVP. So I'd say they've jumped up from 7th to 4th. I don't think Magic have lost their 3rd place spot. So I think the top 3 will have stayed the same and Godsend will have moved up to 4th. So again, it makes things a decent bit closer and a little bit spicier coming into the next game and the games onward. So look, on that note, we will go for a bit of a quick break, but we will be back on your screens in the next 6 or 7 minutes for game 2 in day 2 of the regional finals for the PMNC. Don't go away. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the PMNC regional finals for the UK and Ireland region. Myself, Imperium, with the wonderful HighlandWolf, bringing you all the action through day 2, the final 5 games to find out who will secure a spot in the PMNC National Finals.
Yeah, it will be epic to see maybe a little bit more teams come into the second game here onto Erangel. We expect to see more teams come in, obviously, as we come through these games, teams updating. But I think for 11 teams in that last game, it was surprisingly eventful. And if that's what we get to see for the rest of the games, I don't mind that either, because that was an epic finish.
Definitely, we were talking after, you know, when we went to break, and we were like, that was surprisingly, you know, heated for an 11-team lobby. Maybe that was off the back of it only being an 11-team lobby, so teams felt like they could, you know, just rotate a little bit more aggressively, so we saw more teams getting called out. So that's something to kind of think about. I will take you over to the schedule just to go through the games that we have upcoming right now and the rest of the games for the day. So we're going over to Erangel for the second game of the day, then followed by Sanhok, Miramar, Vikendi, and ending on Erangel. So that's pretty good. And yeah, coming into this Erangel game, we do see that we've loaded in. We've got more players, which is pretty good. We've got more teams. That's a plus. That's a positive. It's not quite the amount we want to see, but it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's definitely, we're getting there. We're bringing up the numbers. But this obviously is going to be on Erangel, so it's going to be expected that these teams be more familiar with this map as always, and that we see more maybe coordinated and thought out plays and rotations. But you never know, though. We have seen some crazy zones, like we saw in yesterday's game 2. And maybe we see another game 2 where we see an epic zone just completely change up what we think.
Well, 13 teams we have in this game, so it's 2 more teams. Hey, look, you know, not gonna complain. Just happy to be here as we're getting into this second Erangel game. Yeah, it's like totally not complaining. Totally not complaining. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. We are gonna be getting into this game in the next 10 seconds, so I will switch it over to the in-game overlay. And why don't you take us through the playing path that we're gonna have and what you're maybe expecting of some of these drop spots?
Yeah, so it is going to be a slightly more intriguing playing path. And this is something that I love Imperium going from Novo to Quarry. We will see the likes of MVP Gaming hang on right to the end to get over to that western coastline. But 777 here, they love to get onto Novo. This will be a direct drop, I predict, for them straight onto that area. But also, because it's so southerly, we might see more of these teams drop to the South Island. Or maybe drop towards the south coastline of the mainland, like we even see Nepal drop over that Milta area twice in yesterday's games.
Man, that's interesting seeing 777 and the side of Strangers Extreme both dropping around the Novo area. That was a little bit unexpected. I know that 777 Esports have dropped around here, and even I believe Strangers Extreme, but I wasn't expecting both of them to do that. Maybe I thought one might expect the other two and drop somewhere else, but either way, we're seeing two teams in Novo. I like the fact that Team Savage have made their way into military base. It's pretty good stuff indeed, with Optic Gaming going for a bit of a, I think, probably a shelter drop across the board, or maybe they'll rotate up towards Imaginary or even Yasnaya, as well as Magic staying in the Milta terrain. But Phase 1 has popped up, and it's kind of complemented a playing path.
Fortunately, the likes of Godsend, Hazard, MVP, they like to drop over to the western side, but we'll have to make a little bit of a meander back into the zone later on. But keep in mind, this zone, interestingly enough, still has some key areas. It still has the South Island, but it also still has this very far eastern coast on the Milta Power and Lepovka area. That, if we see it go all the way over there, could be an interesting and unique finish for us here in the second game. But the places we want to look out for right now are realistically in Pachinki. We see NFX and Nepal going to be dropping over there, and also Novo with, as you mentioned before, Strange Extreme and 777.
So we started with 13 teams, and we could instantly lose 2. And talk about instantly losing. Godsend have been caught out. Tempest has been able to find Reese. That's a straight up kill for Godsend. And hey, look, you know what? That's okay, because they won the first game with a 3-man team, and they're coming into this game 2 where they've lost.
Making sure they got the win condition on board.
Yeah, that's okay. They did that on purpose. That was clearly part of the game plan. Am I right?
Yeah. Well, actually, yeah, keep in mind, of course, with the 3 players, it doesn't need to be a full squad to take that chicken dinner victory, but it will be harder. It will be harder for them, especially considering that they aren't in the zone either right now. It is interesting to note that MVP, instead of going on that west coastline, they have made a quick rotation over towards the fields area, and potentially maybe look towards the Go Pachinki. That could be then a third party in the future if NFX do actually look like they wiped out Nepal, perhaps. Unless Nepal, no, they have moved away. They have gone up to Roshok, so MVP will not have that third party potential, But we do still see these two teams, of course. To Novo, they're getting closer together here, Imperium, and I think the action might just pop off in a couple minutes.
Strangers Extreme got the initial knockdown onto one of the 777 players, but the revive was pulled out in time. Strangers Extreme couldn't really make full use of that man advantage initially, and now with the grenades being fired at by both sides, just to more suppress each other and stop any kind of reposition being pulled off effectively. Zabi, King, UV just trying to back away as a Gunner does what he can to be in the back line to maybe try and secure a bit of a bait knockdown onto one of the Strangers Extreme players. It's very respectable fighting coming out from both sides, right? None of them really wants to overextend. Right. None of them really wants to get kind of caught out. And I think it's quite intelligent, and I really like this from both sides.
Yeah, I think we do have to keep an eye. The first coup it might go will either be Zabi or Batman on the edge here. Looking like they might be that initial knockup. You see Strange Extreme, they're coming together. We saw them come together as that 3-man squad in the middle now. And if they catch UV out as that solo player in the building, if they suss that one out, that could be UV as the grenades go inside the building, getting caught out and knocked out early in this fight.
And what I like is that Gunner is on the roof. So that's an extra elevated height that 777 kind of has as a slight advantage over Strangers Extreme. And even though Strangers Extreme have the wall as their protection, is at the end of the day kind of low ground terrain, so not able to get the same amount of information onto where the 777 players are. Now, I don't get why UV hasn't disengaged away from that building. Maybe he's staying there because he doesn't want to give it over to Strangers Extreme, but now as he does move away, he kind of maybe realizes, look, it's not worth me holding on for this for too much longer.
Yeah, we do see Strangers Extreme and 777. They are getting a little bit closer. It is smart, of course, that UV did take that disengage. I think, though, it will be in the favor right now of Strangers Extreme if they do find a pick. But that potentially goes the other way. If Savvy get the pick themselves for 777 onto either Batman or G9, maybe even Aspie, if he steps a little bit too wide out, it goes immediately the other way. I expect then to see 777 take that aggression. But also keep in mind, Hazard and MVP are fighting right now.
Yeah.
MVP did get one knock, but we managed to revive them back up. So it is still a 4 versus 3 situation for MVP.
I'm going to pan on over to there. I didn't necessarily want to move away from that no-hold fight, but we've been on there for quite too long as MVP does get the knockdown onto Tempest. Hugo's going to be low on health. The grenade is going to be fired up. Temp going on towards the side of this hillside. Going to look for the shot. Nice pre-fire on the Senzo, but he's going to get taken out. That's going to be the end of Hazard. And they go out early once again. Hazard, come on, guys. I love your aggression, but you gotta play for the mid-late game. You can't seek out those fights like that, especially in a competitive setting like that. But now, as you do pan on over, we see the fight kicking off between 777 Esports and Strangers Extreme. A triple knockout kill, and that's going to leave Strangers Extreme with just one player left standing. As it is just going to be Sapphire holding that sideline behind a little shack. As Batman crawls away, 777 are pushing the way forward. He's gotten behind a wall, but I don't think it's worth the risk of going for the revive because, yeah, he knows that he's going to get spotted out inside the window. He gets taken out. 777 Esports hold on to Novo and become the kings of this terrain, cleaning out Strangers Extreme.
But 2 teams go out of this second match. Looking maybe for the next fight, maybe PTL, Magic, Optic, those 3 teams could come up together, could form that triangle fight that we are seeing them get closer to. But that zone is still going to come into phase 2 shortly. So keep in mind the rotations coming out on the western side with Flex, the rivals moving in, and Godsent still very far away inside the blue zone for George Paul. They have a ways to make it inside. As a result of being late, they could get caught out by maybe MVP controlling this ruined side.
Man, for Magic, they do have to be aware of PTL because PTL do have kind of that compound protection, whereas Magic kind of has the high ground. So it's that trade-off between both sides that they do have to be aware of. Fix is able to get a cheeky kill onto member Team Savage on their rotations, as Team Savage are going to be down to 2 players, and phase 2 pops up and it shifts on over to the east, which I think is pretty good all aboard, to be honest. And again, with being down to 11 teams like we had in game 1 to begin with, there is a lot of space inside this circle.
It also means there's going to be a lot of rotations coming out from these teams, which means the potential for more fights. Imperium making its way in through the western side, particularly the Godsent. They look AFK here, if I do say myself here. Imperium, they're still inside the blue zone. We need to get their feet, their shoes back on here, their feet ready to run back into the zone, because it's going to eat away at them, which could cost them those vital medkits, those vital healing they may maybe need in extended fights later on into the game. Also, the side of 777, I expect with that zone moving away to them, They will make their way up into the farm and milter area, into the gas station, maybe get caught out by OMA a bit. They are looking towards to take control of that farm area and join up with Magic, Optic, and PTL, and now making it a 4-team fight potentially.
Magic are pretty well equipped because they did disengage away from the high ground area and moved into a compound. They're much more prepared for a fight onto OMA, and OMA are heading right into their path lines across the road. Magic are going to start firing their way up, and they do knock out Krisha from that vehicle. That's going to be initial kill, and Team OMA going to lose Jay as well, and it's just going to be 2 players left standing. I don't get why OMA didn't stop at the top of the hill to gather information. You can't presume it's free. You can't. You're going out by the side of the road. You're instantly a sitting duck, and yeah, that's just like, it feels bad, man, because you can't do that. You don't do that. You just shouldn't do that, but they did, and they paid the price.
They could have gone for a wider rotation, maybe make it around the hills of prison.
Yeah,
that could have then given them a great advantage, but instead they try to go straight through the middle, and they get caught out, of course, by teams sitting in the middle of that zone. But you see more teams moving closer in, and that's going to be Nepal and NFX making their edging where their way closer towards the center of the map, with Optic, PTL still in control alongside Magic on this front wall. It will be more fights going to be coming our way as they make their way closer towards them.
The world of PUBG Mobile, information is power. And when you're rotating, if you don't have the information, you're somewhat powerless. If you have the information, you have way more power in your hand because you're able to dictate your own reposition. You're able to execute that rotation so much cleaner. So teams like OMA, you gotta realize that it wasn't even the timing of the rotation. It wasn't even the way they rotated. It was the fact that they didn't stop early enough to grab information before they continued on that rotation. But now as MVP does get a little bit closer to NFX, NFX will have to kind of realize that. PTL have moved a bit closer towards Optic Gaming, and we are seeing a bit of a squeeze inside the circles. It shifts up northwest in the favor of all these teams. So that was a good rotation from pretty much all of these teams moving in on the previous phase.
I have to agree, but what this zone does is going to squeeze these teams together to fight as well. Still 11 teams for phase 2 now setting in, make it really instantly this phase 3 coming in very, very shortly. You see 777, they have made their way off the bridge and into the main island. They are going to have a little bit of a tricky time as the NFX are taking those pot shots onto Magic. But being so far away, I doubt any real damage is going to be done here. It's going to be more about positioning here. You see the likes of MPP in the center on this hillside. They're going to have a good position alongside potentially PTL to get those easy kills on teams coming up towards them.
Oh man. Godsend also have a load of space inside this circle, right? They're on their own, nowhere but you know, freedom and nature to move in, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Is OMA are going to feel the brunt of 777 esports. It's going to be down to just one player for their side, but as he looks to try and push away, he's going to get spotted out. Roy's out in the open. The sprays are going through, and down he goes. OMA are going to get eliminated, and 777 add more kills to their name. They're currently on 6 in this game too. Magic rotating around, coming in towards the newly formed museum, as I call it. It used to be a warehouse, but with the Erangel 2.0 update, it's now a museum, an airplane museum, I must add as well. So let's see if they can take flight to grab another strong result for Magic and close the gap onto Optic Gaming.
You better not start with these puns after those series of puns in the last night's game. You better not. You gotta save me from the pain here in PM, okay? But it will be them, you know, as they rotate into the zone with a strong position on the edge. But I personally love my favorite teams right now are Nepal and MVP. Yes, they're in the center. Okay, they could be third-partied. But they do have strong vision from both sides, left and right of them, of these teams moving in. And that will be vital, and also denies them being taken out by the next zone shift. Whichever way that zone goes, they will most likely be inside it.
Yeah, but man, for the side of Team Nepal, like they're out in the open, and we haven't really seen them up until this point. We haven't really seen them being able to be controlling in these circles or inside any of these engagements. So I do worry about Team Nepal being out in the open, but NFX do rotate towards Godsend. They get caught out by Flexifix as well along the way, so now they're going to find themselves in a hell of a spot of bother, because the side of Godsend were able to pick up a kill on their side, and at least Hyper is the last player standing for NFX out in the open, prone down by the side of a rock.
Yeah, it's going to be a bad time for them indeed. But Nepal will have heard those shots. They are turning their heads towards Godsend, potentially looking for Godsend to be knocked out. But NFX, they just weren't strong enough to do so. But the rest of these teams moving in with that zone shift now means that Nepal could be, as you mentioned, in the open and now potentially third party by these squads as Optic, PTL, and Magic come at them.
Oh, Max gets knocked down. Beaster is going to get knocked down earlier on, but Haksha comes in to get the knockdown on the King. Pinay and Harsh left standing for PTL. Magic aren't really able to go too much close to this fight. They're going to go towards Team Nepal, but Death is going to find Pravnav. Harsh is going to be the last player standing because Optic Gaming rotated to that dip where they're protected against the likes of MVP. They could focus firmly on PTL, and indeed they have, as Hackshot is going to get the killer blow, and down goes PTL. Optic Gaming do strive, they do survive and continue on in this game. Magic, who did edge closer towards the side of Team Nepal. Team Nepal, once again, they have to be controlling inside the circle. They've yet to really get a kill on the board. They have blown up those vehicles, but what are they doing to push players and teams back around them? Right now, nothing, and that does worry me, because look at how heavily they allowed Magic to come in behind them.
Yeah, exactly. It's that third party potential, right? As we mentioned, them coming in from behind, but equally though, Magic, they are in the open fields. They don't want to go in too deep, because they can equally be suppressed by the side of Nepal if they go in too fast, too hard. And also, potentially, Godsend can snipe them from afar if they do go too deep in. But I'm loving still the positioning out of MVP. They've stayed quiet all game and still have strong position towards the center of his zone. They have a road in front of them, which means that no team's going to want to go at them from head on. Which means no team also from behind, really, apart from 777 and Team Savage. 777, the only real team you got to worry about for MVP.
I do worry about Flexifit, because even though they're inside the circle, even though they have a solid position, it's high ground. So if that circle shifts away, they have to go downhill. And when they're going downhill, relatively out in the open, you're a free target for teams around you. So that's something that I think Flexifit should think about a bit more. I know that CR7 and Nazis are ahead of Rocky and Vanix, so that's pretty good, but it still does kind of worry me that they're not going a bit too closer towards the end of that hill to even just sending one player there to try and get a little bit more information so they can prepare more heavily. But either way, we'll have to wait and see how this next circle does shift up, as it does center quite nicely towards MVP and Team Nepal. Two teams in strong positions as of right now. You have MVP inside the compound, Team Nepal on the open high ground, but now Team Nepal once again will have to, as I've repeated, will have to be completely controlling, because now more than ever teams are going to be edging around them on the outside of the circle. In comes Godsend. Jaja is going to be pulling himself forward up with that vehicle. Magic, Nepal, and Godsend in this one area with Optic Gaming to the other side of those three teams.
And it will be Nepal trying to recuperate as a 3-1 split to take them down from one side. MVP on the other side will hold off against 777. But Magic coming in here. They looking to this long line split to decimate Nepal, who are starting to split apart, and that could cost them here. And PMV could be now, as a result, picked off one by one. Kosti, his car is burned, which means they can't engage aggressively as of now. But keep in mind, Optic behind.
Nice grenade being thrown up by Magic. It does not get the knockdown on the poison, and that is the effect of the nerf to those grenades. But Hitman goes down for the side of Team Nepal. They're being suppressed and pinched by both sides, but Rokus is gonna go down at the hands of it was I don't know who it was actually, to be perfectly honest. Got the better of Rokus, but either way that revive will come out on time. Another grenade being thrown out by Poison as he holds on for dear life. Team Nepal are down to 3 players. Optic Gaming are suppressing Team Nepal there, even somewhat suppressing this side of Magic as Hackshot with the pan in his hand to try and not make too much noise. He's going to try and catch out Magic. Kosti is going to be prone down inside. He does get a knockdown onto Farah with the Dobo coming in to get that knockdown onto Poison. Take 2 fights at once. They don't care, Magic. They just don't care. Bang, is going to go down. Manus is now the last player standing for Team Nepal. And what did I say? What did I say? Team Nepal, they failed to control fights up until this point. Out in the open, you have to be controlling, and they allowed too many teams to come in around them.
Yeah, they did. He got choked from multiple angles by multiple team hands here of the enemies. An MVP still sitting pretty on the south bend. It's Road splitting apart this zone into 2 halves here, with Flex and NFX still alive as one player. But MVP, they find Flex.
They do indeed find Flex. I'm keeping on towards this 3-way fight now on the northern part of the circle, because the circle has shifted down south. I believe that no team other than just about Flex to figure inside the circle, but like I said, they're kind of more in the high ground area of this map, so the 3 teams up north will have to make their way towards the members of MVP. Prada gets knocked down. Rokus is going to go down at the hands of Adobo, so that's pretty good for Magic, but the kill has been confirmed. Magic are down to 2 players, all the while Optic, up as a full squad, have that nice little bit of a clean 2-2 split with Beaster and Death, followed by Hackshot and Farah close to each other. Grenade being thrown out by Adobo, trying to create a little bit of space as they have to find a bit of an angle, a bit of an opportunity to push in. No vehicles for Magic. However, Godsend do have 3 vehicles that they can utilize if they choose to, as did Optic as they sent 2 players forward. Hackshaw takes a little bit of damage, and indeed he goes down to the hands of Kosti, but of course it's going to be returned straight away by Farah. Beaster is going to go down from Optic Gaming. Nazi's going to get that kill onto Death, and now Farah, I believe, is the last player standing as the blue zone closes in. Godsend have directed their attention on towards the members of Flex to Fix. Flex to Fix on top of this hill, overlooking multiple teams. They've got MVP to one side, they've got Godsend to the other. Rokus gets knocked down. The smokes are being fired up to try and protect themselves as they look to get that revive onto Rokus, but Will is going to get knocked down. You didn't go for the revive, you went for that flank position and you paid the price. Jaja is now the final player for Godsend as we are down to the final 5 teams.
All the while have been edging their way closer to Flex to Fix. You mentioned it, and Nepal couldn't control this, but MVP, they take down another, and Godsend and Magic now taking their own kill onto Optic. Optic are falling apart here.
Optic are falling apart indeed, and that's just a product of the circle shifting away, my friends. Farah is still trying to hold on. MVP gets a Sora knocked down. I question Flex to Fix's high ground position a little bit earlier on, but they've done an absolutely fantastic job of holding on to multiple teams as Danny is going to get that killer blow on towards one of the Magic players. Nasis goes down from Flex to Fix. It is going to be Godsend that actually gets eliminated, I believe it was, by MVP, and now we're down to the final 4 teams as Adobo finds Farah, make that 3 teams.
It will be these final 3, but Magic, they have to hold firm. We have to hope this zone goes in their favour. Phase 7 will now be starting on our map series. It will be going over to Magic, which means these squads need to go over to the solo player. Magic is in their hands here to try steal a win.
FlexiFit have to go down this hillside. They have not really much that they can use to their advantage other than a couple of buggies, but that's not going to provide too much. There is a cheeky little drop that they can push themselves down towards, throw out a couple of smokes, and they might be protected by both MVP and Magic. But with Adobo looking across the rock, maybe looking for an opportunity to strike against the FlexiFit, I think there's enough of a dip where Van has been able to prone down behind that drop, protect themselves from MVP and of course from the last remaining player of Magic. A knockdown comes through onto ADS. MVP are staying pretty inside this area, but they are outside of the circle, and with that knockdown onto ADS, it might be too little too late as Daddy goes down inside that vehicle. MVP slow to respond. FlexiFit have been proactive on their reposition with Vanix and Roxy sending their way down this hill, leaving CR7 and Nasty's to hold onto the high ground, but Senzo being able to dip away around. He's going to be able to go closer towards the edge of the circle, but he gets dropped down to his knees for his trouble as Azura is now going to be the final player for MVP. Jumping, dodging, docking, dipping, and diving away. He gets spotted out, and down goes MVP. Down goes Adobo, and Flex defeat claim game 2 in the PMNC National Finals. A well-executed win.
Flexing on the rest of those teams as they finish off that second game there with a commendable here 11 kills on top of that, considering there was only 50 players to begin with, and make it only 46 others in themselves. That's about 20 really percent of that lobby. They just wiped out themselves.
Yeah, it was just, man, like, as I said, I kind of did question FlexiFit's positioning on that kind of high ground terrain, but really I couldn't have asked for a better game from them. Proactive, not afraid to get knocked, but also not afraid to get those knocks that allowed them to hold on to that position. MVP were probably the team that overall lost the most because they weren't as proactive or as aggressive as FlexiFit in my eyes. So it meant that even though they did get a couple of kills, right, getting 5 kills, those were kills that were nearly handed to them rather than they took from others, if that makes sense. Whereas it felt like FlexiFit grabbed hold of those circles, grabbed hold of those fights and manipulated them in their favor, and it was a really well played game from FlexiFit.
Yeah, to me, it feels like MVP, they kind of got it handed to them. They never really warmed up in this second game here to the kills.
Yeah.
They never really had a tricky time compared to some of these teams, especially on the eastern side here in PM. There were so many teams stuck in hard fighting to try get a position there. And Magic, of course, being the ones to pull it out. Surprising though that Magic did so, considering it Optic had 4 members. They had double the firepower over the side of Magic, and Magic are also condensed between Godsend. So considering that they take down both Godsend and Optic 5th and 4th place respectively to get that 2nd place position, also edging out MVP just because the way that zone shifted in their favor, that gets them 14 points for a game. And also with those 5 points, takes them 19 points in total. Could have been a much worse game for him, but they pull it out in 2nd position.
Man, I really kind of wish the points were even updated from game 1, which unfortunately they're not. I would have shown them, but yeah, it's absolutely crazy how close that probably is in the overall standings. But we can only speculate. We can't really show anything core proof wise, but what we can show core proof wise is the overall standings. Sorry, not the overall. Yeah, the overall standings from that game. There you go. I'll get it right. With FlexiFit coming in first place with 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 kills. You had Magic in 2nd place getting 5 kills. MVP in 3rd with, hey, look, you know, they still got a good amount of kills. I I made a mistake with MVP getting 5. They actually got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kills. So maybe my thought process was a little bit wrong with that. Optic Gaming in 4th getting 5, 6, 7, 8 kills. Yeah, Godsend in 5th getting 4 kills. NFX in 6th getting 0 kills. Team Nepal in 7th with 0 kills. Take us through the West, Highland.
Yeah, you see Nepal, they're going to fall down in 7th. We have Team Savage in 8th place with 0 kills as well. 777 Esports going to pick up 7 kills for themselves in 9th position. 10th with 0 kills will be PTL. Team OMA will pick up 0 kills as well in 11th position. And Strangers Extreme will pick up 12th position with 0 kills. And on the rear side, we have Hazard with only 1 kill, with only 3 members. That did cost them that fight versus MVP at the beginning.
Oh man! So as we transition to our beautiful faces, it's been a good couple of games, and I know we can only speculate, but
yeah,
do you think Optic Gaming have lost that strong cushion that they have? Do you think the likes of MVP, Magic, and even Godsend have been able to do enough to and Flex the Fit, of course, to make that gap so much closer?
I think Magic and Flex, obviously, seeing that they were very high, 2nd and I believe 3rd place respectively here. Moving into today's games, they're doing well. They're getting those points that they need to, but it's not over yet. But what I will say is Godsend and Optic, they're struggling in this Erangel match, which is a little bit concerning for me, considering that Godsend also had a very nice way to get into that zone, to get into the game, I felt at least. And they kind of held it off a bit too long. They, as a result, only got those 4 kills towards the end, and they fell down in 5th position. But Optic, despite the fact they did well in Miramar, which is, the opposite to what we saw perhaps on yesterday's games, they struggled here in a game which I would potentially say they could have taken. We saw how strong Optic were in Erangel, so it almost feels like we're seeing a different Optic, not as aggressive and not as in point and in shape here for these rotations.
That's pretty fair. Genuinely, I suppose I can't really fault that, to be fair. Just to give you guys a bit of an idea of what the overall standings were like coming into today's games. The points that I'm going to show you does not include the first 2 games that we've just shown you on today's broadcast. That is the points coming into today. So you could see Optic Gaming did have a 20-point lead ahead of Flex, the rivals, along with Magic in 3rd and MVP in 4th. But with the likes of Godsend getting a chicken dinner on game 1, with the likes of MVP getting a strong 3rd place in game 2, and Flex Rivals winning that game 2 as well, with Magic coming in 2nd. Even though Optic finished in 2nd on game 1, I feel like the likes of Magic have done enough, along with Flex Rivals, as you said, to close that gap pretty massively.
Yeah, I think also MVP picking themselves up those 10 kills as well will do the work that we need to get back up into the leaderboard. Obviously, being in, I believe it was that 4th place position, they still have, going into today, a sizable 30-ish point deficit here in today. So they have managed to shorten that, and I expect them to shorten that even more going into the next game, which I believe will be Sanhok.
Yeah, we are going to be going over towards Sanhok for the next game on our screens. We are going to be starting relatively soon, to be perfectly honest. So, seeing as now is the right time, we will go for a break and give you a chance to heal up, so to speak, get that bandage, drink that energy drink, and we'll be on your screens for game 3, going over to Sanhok pretty soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the PMNC regional finals. There you go, for UK and Ireland region, with myself, Imperium, and the one and only HighlandWolf are heading into game 3, and we're going over to the jungle terrain of Sanhok.
Yeah, it's honestly one of my more favorite maps here in the game. I love a good bit of Sanhok action. I do. Maybe a bit.
I think you need help, sir.
Decision. I quite like it. I quite like the aggression, the fast-paced action, and you know that kind of indecision, that kind of quick reaction that you need, especially if it goes to all 3 islands and you have to try to decide. I've seen some epic games in Sanhok. I quite like it. Maybe I'm just mean with zones. Maybe I'm just mean because I also like Vikendi. So I just like when Vikendi has a really tough zone.
So I just think you're low-key toxic, to be honest. I just think you're low-key toxic. I feel like you've now been exposed, to be honest.
This is what happens. Yeah.
You know, I think you've definitely been exposed. You know, I'm okay with that, but yeah, I feel like you've definitely been exposed. Like, I get what you're saying about Sanhok in terms of the aggressiveness and how, you know, I think there's a lot to learn from playing Sanhok. Yeah. There genuinely is. There's so much you can learn from playing Sanhok. It's even in a competitive nature, but it's also just too it's so hard to control. It's so hard to control Sanhok, and it is so hard for you to feel like you can predict things in Sanhok. I just think it's also too snaky, but you know, it is what it is. I can't really do anything about it, but I tell you what I can do something about. I can do something about the fact that we are getting into this game and we are about to see where the teams are going to land. 51 players joined the lobby, 14 teams, so we're increasing. We're getting better, HighlandWolf. We have more teams in this lobby.
Slowly. Yeah, it might be a solo, who knows. We've only gone up 1 for an extra team, but maybe we might have finally got full squads here going in a little bit more so, but it will be the plain path. It goes more in the middle here, going past boot camp, and it will be interesting to see if Godsend take control of boot camp once again. If we see teams try to go for boot camp, it doesn't look like Godsend will go over there. It looks like teams will also fly over there, as we see Optic and Nepal once again dodging it. Instead, Godsend also dodging. It will be 3 teams this time going to boot camp, with 777, Team Savage, and the opposite of TS, it will be ST, Strangers Extreme.
So we're starting with an extra team, but we might lose that team straight off the bat in this boot camp battle. So they kind of cancel each other out. 2 teams dropping down and towards the main center of boot camp. Initial knockdown being fired out by Lightning onto King of 777 Esports. But is going to be returned fire by Gunnar. Gunnar drops out of the window. Going to try and suppress the members of Strangers Extreme. He gets his second knockdown through the window, and instantly he repositions, goes to get that confirmation on, and he's going to go for those jump shots on to Strangers Extreme. And Gunnar was a one-man wrecking machine for his side, grabbing all 3 of those kills, but now they have to deal with another side. That is Team Savage, and Taliban is going to be able to kick things off, getting an initial knockdown with UV providing that level of support. Good stuff coming out indeed from the side of 777 Esports, as Team Savage are trying to capitalize, but maybe they left it a little bit too late to capitalize on towards the members of 777 Esports.
Definitely think I agree with you here, right? That the side of Team Savage, it could have been much faster. They could have punished Ashley Gunnar on that Windows side, but UV, the positioning from 777, that is what saved them from that aggression.
True.
UV getting that confirmed kill as well puts Team Savage to 2 players versus the 3 of 777, keeping them at that crucial advantage, and they control the center of boot camp as well. If I was TS, I would probably just back off, and I'd probably try find a little bit of a new position, maybe even around the L little bit of mini compound, if you like, across the riverside, and get that vision of teams coming in. As that zone did move very, very Vikendi-esque here towards the top west side.
Not gonna lie, I haven't checked out the circle too much because I'm instantly panning over towards Painan as 3 teams did a drop down in the Painan area. Team Nepal, Godsend, and Optic Gaming. Now for Godsend and Optic Gaming, they're in a overall pretty safe position because they're on either edge of Painan, but with Team Nepal pinched up by both sides, they're getting angled left, right, and center. They did lose Hitman to the hands of Godsend, as I did see on the kill feed, with Reeves looking to hover around on the edge of the wall to provide that third-person perspective. Try and get some form of information, maybe catch out Manus. They do have to throw the caution, Godsend, on this push towards Team Nepal because of Optic Gaming. On the other side of the river could somewhat third-party this, and I know Optic Gaming are disengaging away, but they are still on the high ground overlooking Painan and could do something in this fight. But for now, Team Nepal are giving it a little bit more space due to Optic disengagement.
Optic here, their little vision arrows on the map, they are full disengage mode right now, looking to try get back in this zone. It will be obviously Nepal, they have the potential to try gatekeep Godsend with the way this zone has gone as well, but you see them Godsend going to be moving very aggressive, a 3-1 split here, and also Nepal going to recuperate as a full squad here as well. The full squad is much as you can be with only 3 players. Yeah. Obviously, you did see in the other side of boot camp, 777 did also eliminate Team Savage, so they will be out of the game as well. But that zone will force these teams to make even more rotations for the 3rd time in tonight's games here. And I think this is kind of a trend here now that we're seeing these hard rotations from these early zones.
Yeah, definitely looking up in that phase 1 and very extreme up and towards the northwest. So MVP are going to put themselves in a little bit of a sight line to claim that mountain as their own and gain control of this game. But still, in the camera side of this fight between Team Nepal and Godsend, Godsend edging closer towards Team Nepal, who did move across the river onto the northern side of Painan. While Reeves is flanking around away from the rest of his side, but seems to be looking to go across to the other side to really swipe out the members in Nepal. And it's a bit of a long rotation, but it could really pay off because the fact that the rest of the Godsend team are suppressing Nepal and stopping Nepal from disengaging away as quickly as they might have in a different situation. So this is really good play by Godsend.
Yeah, I like the Godsend are using it. They need this flank rotation to alleviate the pressure from Nepal right now. They're putting out along this bridge side, along the choke point of Nepal, of Painan here. In Nepal, they will have to try answer this, and this will result in Manus or Poison trying to move about a little bit, jiggle about to try take out Reeves. But Reeves, if he can get that initial knock-up, if he gets that element of surprise, Nepal will fall apart.
Jaja is going to join up with Reeves, so it's going to be a clean 2-2 split in this Painan compound by Godsend, and I think that's even more clever because if Reeves was to get caught out, there's that instant return potential or that instant revive potential by Godsend, and I think that speaks volumes of their experience. And I know this isn't something like super extreme, but so many teams can learn from this kind of strategy that's being pulled out from Godsend. This kind of positioning that's keeping the pressure on the team Nepal as Gucci Bang does try to disengage away up that hill, but it is going to be put under fire. Manus is going to be the same thing, going to get put under fire by Reeves as the suppression comes through. The blanket effect by Godsend, as Poison is actually going to get a clean knockdown of the Rokas. Nicely done. You bit off more than you could chew. Rokas behind that rock and you paid the price. Will, where are you, my friend? You got to join up to provide that level of support. Could this be the opening for Team Nepal to turn this fight in their favor?
Right, Will was moving over with Roos and Judge. They were looking to make that 3-1 split. If Volkers was trying to deny that disengage that they were looking to take for Nepal. But because they get that knock up into Volkers, Will immediately has to turn back around. He immediately has to try revive Volkers. And also Jaja and Reeves are forced to be more aggressive, moving that element of surprise back into potentially now Nepal's favor with a slightly more split Gotham. But you see they have gone closer in, just the same type of positioning that we were before. Just a smaller half of a square here for Godson, and Nepal on the opposite side.
Jaja threw out smokes to try and stop Poison from kind of confirming that kill on Rokas, while Will threw out smokes to try and get that revive into Rokas. Very clever smokes being thrown out by Godsend. Yes, is that early utility that probably shouldn't have to be used 110%, but at the end of the day, if you're going to at least make those work. Poison swimming across the water is probably going to get caught out by Jaja, who's on top of the roof. Rokas was revived up. Poison is going to go for the push on his own as a one-man army, just prone his way down. Catches out Will. He's going to confirm that kill onto Will as Rokas is going to swipe out, does take out Poison. Gucci Bang trying to do what he can. Manus is going to get taken out and leaves Gucci Bang on his own. Now, Godsend are pissed. Now, they are not happy that they lost Will. That should not have been the case. Poison was given that free kill off the back of, obviously, in my opinion, lackadaisical play by Will.
They're not done yet. They did turn that around and punish Gucci Bang for not being with their teammate here. But look on this hillside. They're not going to get out. Just like they did to Nepal. Godson are now being smacked into Painan again by NFX as they close in on all fronts around them to gatekeep them from this position inside the zone. They are just outside Godson and they have to move out of Painan just to get inside. So NFX are going to look to slowly choke them out.
I like Jalad's positioning. Has a high ground flank angle that could really suppress Rokas if he tries to move away from that rock. Even though NFX had a player knocked down to the play zone, I think off a couple of shots that were thrown out by Godsend, got that final killer blow with that play zone closing in. That does give a tiny bit of respite as Rokas does find Jalad off the repositioning of Jalad closer to the rest of his team. So nice opportunistic shots coming out from Godsend as Jaja finds Hyper, confirms a kill onto Hyper. Even better for Godsend as now they can look to make this push outside of the Painan compound up towards the hill as NFX run out of here. They're just running with their tails between their legs away from this team fight against Godsend.
As NFX, it may be a bit too much than they could chew right now against the side of Godsend, but look at the mountainside inside the zone. Wow. It's already looking like teams wanting to take control. You see Hazard, MVP, and 777 trying to press onto MVP as well, with Optic coming in from the bottom of that mountainside.
Man, I'm going to do what I can to give a little bit of an overview of every team's position across this vast area, but ADS kick off the first shots on towards 777, gets a knockdown on towards a high ground area where 777 are down at the low ground of those compounds. Gunner has made his way up towards the edge of that hillside where Senzo is waiting in the wings to try and take out, but Senzo's going to try and get caught out. Indeed he does. He tried to get those shots off but was too slow to respond as Gunner does catch out MVP on one of their players. Now it's going to be up to Sora, ADS, and Danny to see how they respond. Will they be giving a little bit too much freedom for Hazard team to come in as well on towards this mountainside? There's three teams fighting for this high ground terrain.
It's on the super high ground of this mountaintop. We're going to try to punish Hazard if they rotate. Godsend, they will be finishing off NFX, as you can see on the kill feed, and that we got raid going on to Joker to do the final damage blow there. But 777, with that knockup, with that confirmed kill, they buy themselves the half of the mountain that they want to control. And MVP, instead the tables turn. They now have to deal with the full wrath of Hazard.
Close out that kill on to Hugo. Unfortunately, couldn't get the full job done, and now Hazard are down to 2 players themselves. And who does that benefit outside of 777? MVP, baby. And I'm a little bit surprised they're not looking to maybe third party this and punish 777 off the back of those double knocks that Hazard did pull down onto 777.
Tempers will die because they have to make it down. Such a steep drop here with Will H. Temp also stuck on really a pillar on the edge of this mountainside. They will also take damage and have to reset their climb back up to the top. But MVP with those kills will be moving more aggressively. Assure and Ads coming together into the ruins area at the tippy top to try control. But look at the rest of this map, though. You see the side of Flex. They have edged all the while closer behind MVP, and Optic also at the base of the mountain still. But keep an eye on the other side. We have to still see what Hardshift and Magic do on the opposite end, crossing that bridge into the zone.
Tempest falls down to his knees, unfortunately. And what I was wondering was why MVP didn't look to maybe take advantage of that potential third party was because they were taking a little bit of a fight onto Flex Arrivals, coming in from the
Hazard are down, by the way.
From the southwest side. Hazard are down? Are they eliminated?
Yeah, they got caught out by that positioning by 777. They couldn't make it off the top of the mountainside, and it was just a bit too far of a drop for them. Yeah. They fall down in 10th position. That will be Hazard out. But you look at Ads, though. Ads is also low. And you see Danny there as well, moving a little bit off the rock and having to now make his climb up to support Ads as well as 777. They get knocked by Optic.
They do indeed. Optic are going to come in third party, 777. It's going to be a clean 1-1 knock between Optic and MVP. ADS is able to get that job done. Gunner goes down at the hands of MVP ADS. And that's going to be 777 going down. And now Optic reclaims or claims the position held on to by 777 on the very tippity top of that mountain. But at the end of the day, this team is only halfway there from claiming this chicken dinner because the blue zone is closing in. The mountainside is now on the edge of the circle as opposed to kind of being the center of the circle, which is helping the likes of Godsend, helping PTL, helping Flex Rivals, and even OMA down by the Hating region.
It's interesting to know that OMA, they have not moved a muscle since they started this game in Hating, but now Flex will try to force those muscles out of them as they need to fire up those guns, need to get back into this game, bring some kills on board because they are starting to knock up the side of Flex. Phalanx has been knocked down, but it will be revived, I assume so. But keep in mind also with CR7 already dead and out of the game, OMA have been effectively now 4v3 advantage just as Phalanx is revived.
It's fair. They're using those walls of the Hatting area to get that third-person perspective onto any of the members of Flex Arrivals, but they got to be aware that they're still being spotted out. They still their location is known to Flex Arrivals, so if they peek too much away from the cracks of the wall, they're going to get their head blown off as Flex Arrivals do what they can to hold on. They do have to be aware of teams coming in from that mountain behind them, right? So that's why they're not pushing too hard as the next circle shifts up. And wow, wow, what the hell is that shift? It goes up northeast. It's actually going to end up closer to the mainland with the bridge and the river in play. I don't know what to make of this Sanhok circle.
Scariest part of this circle is that both sides of the islands are in play, plus the bridge is still in play. Potentially, we could see a bridge or a quote-unquote ocean finish inside this river if it does go that way. But now the pressure's on OMA. You see them making that immediate rotation away from Hatting because they know with that rotation of the zone, there's going to be several teams coming in. Magic will deal the first blow against Luke's Hardshift.
Yeah, Hardman tried to, push in down on towards the lower part of the bridge and kind of got caught up by Magic. That is just one of those things. Nothing they could really do, but at least Hardshift are going to be able to catch a Godsend on the other side of the river. Rokas is going to get knocked down. Reese is going to be taking his own fight against PTL. somewhat as, Pranav is going to be spotted out. Will he be able to take out PTL as Reeds is doing just a great job for his side right now to hold on to this game for Godsend.
Yeah, 9 kills for Godsend as well. Keep in mind, so if Reeves can survive to the later stages and get those points, they've already got the kill points that they need in this game in their pockets. So Reeves just has to try keep himself alive, but needs to maybe be very careful of the way he makes his rotation to the next compound inside the zone. Will he be his goal? Has to do it quickly because obviously Pranav and Optic will be coming in from behind. But it is going to be with these teams rotating. Look at MVP and Flex on the top side. And Hattin will be that location that will be contested.
Yeah, MVP and Flex Rivals made a little bit of a similar rotation, although Flex Rivals did go for a little bit of a split. And they're left with 2 players with Rocky on the north and Nasty's on the south. But Nasty's is yet to kind of make his way into the circle. He is going to hear the noises of Optic Gaming, but Optic Gaming are just kind of sending themselves into the circle with that bike. And as he goes down the hill, like Nasty is just going to get spot out so heavily. As Death is going to get closer to. Actually, Death does not know that he's there, and Death goes down. Surprise, mother trucker! A clean, opportunistic kill for Nasties, and hey, credit where it's due. You find it, you take it, you run with it. And that's going to leave Optic with 3 players. Beaster is inside the water. And then you have Rafa and Hackshaw down by the hillside looking over towards the bridge as a circle does shift over into the mainland. Just stop it, Sanhok. Stop it. Won't somebody think of the children?
Get
like,
some help.
God.
Yeah, we do see Pranav slip down the mountainside, and that will be PTL out of the game in 8th position. Reed's still alive, hanging on, but he needs to move. That is looking to me, Imperium, like a bridge/river finish, which we don't usually get to see. But Hardship, they're looking super strong. They can take advantage of all these teams moving in. As you see, Optic potentially could be assassinated coming back into the land.
But then again, the only team that can really put Hardshift under pressure in my eyes is Magic. They're the ones that probably have the magic dust that can sprinkle on this Sanhok game. They only started with 3 players, but I think even though as they disengage away from a compound, they're kind of going out in the open, I think because they stayed there for quite a while and the fact that they have 3 players, it's looking pretty good for Magic in this game. If Optic can put pressure on them, then it might be a little bit harder for Magic, but so far, so good for them inside this game.
It's a real head scratcher of a zone, and this is why I love Sanhok Imperium for these types of zones. Maybe you call me evil, maybe you don't. Maybe I'm just a bit of an evil dog myself, but you do see OMA here. They are going to pick up a kill before they fall down to this zone, eating them up, chewing them alive. As also Rocky tries to swim, Optic crossing the river, but maybe get caught out. Reese also will fall down.
Yeah, Reeza's gonna fall down. Rodis is gonna get knocked down towards the blue zone, trying to make his way in. His Optic do hold on to the bridge, are gonna become the bridge trolls of this Sanhok game. As Rafa and Hackshot holding on for dear life with Beaster is just hugging the side of that cliffside inside the water, being the fishy of this Sanhok map. And we're down to the final 3 teams. Magic staying in the compound. The circle has gone in their favor, but now Hardshift have to move their way down. The Spartan is in a little bit of a spot of bother. Does he know that Beaster is around that cliffside? If Beaster can make his way over on towards that coastal line, could catch out Hardshift. But actually, no, you're going to see Sponge go into the water. But does he know that Beaster is there?
It will be Baby Hardship Shark making it to the land first, and Beaster will potentially now be called out. But look at Magic, so dominant in their position. They're going to control the road over Optic as far as has been knocked. Beaster will have to try now come to support alongside Hatchok from behind. But Beaster, too late, my man. You're dead, and now Hardship move in.
Hackshot is still alive. He's actually jumped down into the water trying to go for that kind of very safe water position. But of course, he can't shoot any guns from that area, so he is kind of exposed quite heavily. But Spunj knocks in Prada. This is the opening for Hardshift. If they can take control of this and push in, they might be able to do something with it. But you can see it's just open terrain, so they can't really push too far forward. They just got to take that suppression as something they can try to use as the circle shifts in the favor of Magic once again, although they are not inside the circle. It's an open end to this game, not a tree really in sight that you can hold on to. The only one I'm kind of thinking of is that one that is just in front of Spunj, just outside that bridge line. That's the only one that can provide you some kind of cover. But other than that, you've got nothing you can use.
You complained about the grass and the rocks here, so they mowed the Sanhok lawn, and it will be Sponge getting knocked. Optic just trying to survive his hard shot face up against Magic.
Smoke being thrown out. It's not going to be enough to protect Spunj as he goes down, but Spartan, the last player up for his side, prones down. That is going to be exposed. That's going to be him taken out, and kind of a little bit like I predicted, Magic have this game closed out. They are going to win this game 3 in Sanhok. It is going to be a little bit dampened by the fact that Optic finished second, but with only 1 point separating these teams in kills in this game, it all comes down to the fact that Magic got more placement points and have either shrink or have overtaken that top spot held onto by Optic Gaming.
4 kills apiece for first, second, and third position means that then it comes to the game points. And Magic will take that 6-point lead over Optic, who take the 4-point lead, so should I say, over Hardship.
Yeah.
And with OMA, they're a hard time to try rotate into the zone across that river, but they did manage to pick up that 1 kill. I'm surprised at OMA, considering that there were so many teams, though, on that northern side rotating in, but we didn't instead go for the kills. With only 1 kill, that's not what you would expect from the way they were positioning in this game.
Yeah, but then again, the fact that they stayed in Hating, I think, allowed them to be too passive and not have to actually fight their way in. So when it came to the fact that, to the point where they had to kind of fight and push into the circle, they just didn't know how to deal with it. And that's something that we do see from a lot of kind of lower skilled teams or kind of lower tier teams, not necessarily players, but teams where they're not synergized / they don't have the kind of maybe relevant play style to be proactive on that pushes outside of the circle into the circle against the incoming team. So it's something that I hope OMA maybe either learn for the future, learn coming into the final 3 teams. But overlooking the overall results of this game, as we saw Magic claiming the chicken dinner, getting 4 points to their name. Optic in second, consistent if I do say so myself, getting 4 kills for themselves. Hardshift in third with 4 kills. OMA in fourth with 1 kill. Flex the Rivals in fifth with 1 kill. MVP in sixth with 6 kills nonetheless. Godsend in seventh with 9 kills. So that does help perk up that lack of placement points acquired by Godsend. And then PTL are going to end up in 8th place with 2 kills.
And then you have 777 in 9th position with 8 kills on their team, and Hazard in 10th position with 0. NFX in 11th position with 0. 1 kill going to Nepal in 12th position. Team Savage will bring up the rear in 13th, with 14th going to go to Strangers Extreme with 1 kill as well. But what this does do, the positioning here, the Godsend, with, despite the fact they got 9 kills in 7th position, with Flex the Rivals only picking up 1 kill in 5th, Optic get that lead back in their favor with those 4 kills at 14 points in total, 18 points out of that game overall. Yeah. And that means, despite Magic, they are edging slowly closer. They keep their lead.
Do you think they've kept their lead? Are you doing the maths?
I would think they must do, right? Because there's not been an insane lead in a game. Optic, although they've not got a chicken dinner yet, they have stayed inside the top 5 all 3 games, with 3rd place and 4th, and now back up to the 2nd. And that is something that can't really be said the same for Flex or Godsend. And Magic, they have had games where they've been below Optic as well. Keep in mind that first game where Magic got eliminated by Optic.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So again, you know, let's give a bit of an idea of how the overall scores we're looking at coming into today's games. As I said, coming in to today's games, we saw Optic Gaming had that nice juicy lead of 20 points over the likes of Flex Rivals. Now, Flex Rivals did win game 2, if I remember, or game 3. No, it was game 3 in Erangel, but they didn't have the strongest of results in this last game, which has allowed the likes of a consistently performing Magic to, I would imagine, overtake Flex Rivals. But have they done enough to overtake Optic Gaming? You do have 777 Esports, I believe, have fallen behind a little bit too much, and kind of same with Godsend, even though after a strong game 1 in Miramar where they took the chicken dinner, I don't think they've been able to follow enough to make as big of an impact in the top 2, top 3.
Yeah, it really does suck that Reeves wasn't able to manage to survive to the later stages, with Sanhok being such a difficult game there in game number 3. Had he made it to maybe 3rd or 2nd place, I think it would have been a different story. But we mentioned these teams like Hardship getting the upset earlier on at the start of tonight, and that is what they've done. They've secured that 3rd position away from both Flex and Godsend, and also eliminating away realistically Optic out of this game. So with that, of course, that lead staying with Optic, we will have to take a little bit of a break here in Imperium before we get back into the action, have these teams cool down off of that insane game where we'll come back into Miramar.
Whoa, who's the host here? You or me? Who's the host here? You or me? Okay, then you change your transition.
I am Imperium.
Okay. My name is HighlandWolf. Oh,
no, you're HighlandWolf now. We swapped.
Yeah, my name's HighlandWolf. Let's take over control of the stream. No, I joke. You are dead right, though. We will take it to a bit of a break, but we will be back on your screens for game 4. Actually, no, it's going to be... No, it's actually a longer break. It's going to be a 30-minute break in between game 3 and game 4, because I was looking at at the timer that I'd set myself. So let's kind of change that a little bit and add here you go. Let's go to break. We will be back for game 4 in roughly about 30 minutes, so don't go away. Oh yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. After a long 30-minute break, we are back for the final 3 games of the PUBG Mobile National Cup regional finals for the UK and Ireland region with myself, Imperium, and with the one and only HighlandWolf beside me. Did you enjoy your 30-minute break, Ireland?
I did. I cooled off a bit going into Miramar. It was a little bit of a sauna in my room, but I have cooled off and we're back to heat it back up again, I suppose, because we're going up into Miramar. So the hottest map of them all. And I hope we'll look at a number. 48. We're dropping. We're dropping. That's not good, Imperium. We need to encourage these people to come back. And we need to encourage them to smash some of these top teams. Because Hardshift did it in game number 3.
Yeah,
they stole away that 3rd position, and I want to see more of these lower end teams be able to come back, claw their way back, and steal away some of the dreams, or potentially Optic, who are, as we mentioned, leading the scoreboard right now.
Yeah, they pretty much. But of course, as we kind of predicted, Magic are slowly getting closer to them. Let's take it on over towards the schedule for the remainder of today. Of course, go to Miramar for this game 4, then Vikendi, then ending up on the hollow grounds of Erangel. So a great mix of maps and games going to be coming up on our beautiful screens. And just to remind you guys of the overall scores coming into today's games, the scores do not reflect the addition of the first 3 games that we've had on our screens as of yet today, but it does give you a little bit of an idea of where the teams lie coming into these final 3 games. So it's definitely something to look forward to as we are about to get into the game in the next 30 seconds or so.
Well, my prayers have been answered. We're back up to 51 players, so it does look like we'll be seeing the same amount as we saw in game number 3, but I'm hoping it'll be a little bit different in game number 3, for the zones at least in this game, because that was some wicked zone stuff happening in Sanhok. And we still got Vikendi to go. We still not had Vikendi, and we still feel like we've had these difficult rotations already. So I think these teams need to, with that break, get some strength back in them, because it's going to be a tough final 3 games if they want to steal that win away from Optic.
Yeah, we do see now this playing path shining its way through in the second Miramar game of the day here in the PUBG Mobile National Cup regional finals for UK and Ireland. It's a dead center going from west to east, so it does give a little bit more freedom for the teams to give or go to where they want to across this train.
Yeah, it won't be too much of a different playing path than we saw in game number 1 for these players. We expect, obviously, Godson to be dropping over in Happy and the MVP over to Sam Martin, and maybe a couple of these teams, hopefully not as many, over to Lost of the Owners. Maybe they have learned their lesson. Maybe Hazard still go over to Opt there and then make their way through La Bandita towards Picado Hill once again. It will be, though, because of this playing path not going to be going vertically and horizontally instead, that we get that further split with Hardshift and 777 and the likes moving towards an early drop to our post and towards the south side of Chimisera.
Realised I had the previous games graphics on, so let's see. With Monte Nuevo, gonna have 2 teams as been mentioned, 777 Esports along with Team Nepal, and then all the while we're also seeing Magic. I don't have the volume up on this game, my apologies. Magic are gonna take a little bit of a fight on towards MVP. I think they lost Senzo, but it is just going to be ADS that's going to be around Adobo. So there's a kind of a little bit of a 1v1 between these 2 teams. But the phase 1 has showed up, and it's an Eastern. It's an Eastern circle.
It's an Eastern, baby, because it is over towards Puerto Rico and Impala. 777 will also find Nepal, make that a double, as they will look like they confirm that kill on to 777. 777 down to just the triple themselves, as it will... excuse me, no, but triple on a 4. Excuse my my French here. Maxman is not here, but it will be Nepal on now 2 players as Gucci Bang will be knocked up.
Oh, good in the hood. Will the revive be executed onto Gucci Bang? No, seems like 777 UV is going to go out of the building that he was in and into towards the other building, try and keep the pressure on towards Team Nepal. Inside the building, there he goes. Staying on the bottom floor, threading with a bit of caution, not knowing exactly where Team Nepal are. They do still have the rest of the team by his side, and Poison gets a knockdown onto Tango. Confirm that kill away. But it is going to be a return knockdown on Gucci Bang, and then a second one on the Poison. Just one player left standing for Team Nepal. That is, of course, Manis. But Manis is further away up the hill. That was probably something that shouldn't have been allowed to happen by 777. In my opinion, Tango, there's no way he should have gone down considering the pressure as a full squad 777 had onto Team Nepal.
Well, it's not done over in Magic and MVP either, as Asura's trying to find and fend off both Cable and Dobo. Won't be able to do so, and Asura will go down. Just ads coming in from behind.
Yeah, it's now coming in from behind. Gonna try and get the job done for his side, but it's too little too late. And MVP do go down, if I'm not mistaken, early on in this game. Yes, they will. MVP are out of here.
It will be Magic to secure those 4 kills. That's vital kills here for Magic, who are desperate to try and get on top of Optic. And also, in doing so, eliminate away MVP Gaming, who are edging closer behind them. So that is a vital assassination early on. But they do have also NFX. NFX, this team over in Picardo, who will likely, we assume, be the next team for him to fight, are lower down, and NFX have looked aggressive before. Well, we didn't get to see that aggression out of them in Game 3, and I'm hoping they get to do so versus Magic, albeit, unfortunately for Magic, if they do end up being eliminated.
Magic won't go to Picardo. They'd be silly to go to Picardo. They should easily look to take that main road in between La Bandita and Los Leones and make that rotation in towards either the high ground to the north of Los Leones or even into La Bandita for this phase 1. So I don't think they'll come across NFX just yet in the early parts of this game, but maybe as both teams do rotate in a similar direction, we could see that clash come to fruition, but we'll have to wait and see. As Flex the Rivals, they're going to be on the northwestern side of this phase 1. They are inside the circle outside of Hacienda del Patron, but Godsend are inside San Martin, which they should be familiar with at this stage of the game. So Flex the Rivals should thread with a little bit of caution on any of the Godsend players looking at them from behind.
You got to assume that these two teams know that they'll be there because this is their usual drop spots. They've always dropped here in every game so far. And I assume that FX, the way they like to play it and surrounding a team first of all, they may just go further in towards, I would assume, Minas Generalis, around maybe the junkyard, which is a little bit further away from where you might assume these teams will be dropping into. But I'm also interested to see where Al Azahar and Optic decide to go later in this game. They are obviously our leaders and are taking a bit of a more cautious, I would say, game, dropping very late over in the far corner there. And I think they just want to hold on to their lead rather than be that super aggressive team we knew them to be from day one.
Yeah, they're turning their attention to a bit more of a calculated strategy for their side, and we'll have to see if that works out for them. Hazard, a team who have been very aggressive in these games today and has, for the most part, gone against them, because even though they might have picked up a few kills, they have tended to go out of the game quite early. Now, in yesterday's Miramar game, they finished third. They missed an opportunity to, in my opinion, grab a chicken dinner against Godsend, but they have shown their strength in Miramar, so I'm hoping we do see the best of Hazard, if not even a chicken dinner, coming out from them in this game.
Yeah, they do have the positioning for it, but in terms of the zone, but not the positioning versus the enemies here. Team Savage, they are potentially can take advantage of that split, the 2-2 split coming out from Hazard, where Will H and Temp is going to be that front line versus them. So I think what Hazard want to do is to take this slow fight. You see the rest of their team moving in right now. But Team Savage also split, which will bite them this time. Starboy and Summit aren't in the fight either, which then, as a result, may turn the tables and Hazard might have that 4 versus 2 advantage.
But then again, you know, the side of Team Savage aren't exactly together as a full squad right now in the Los Leones area, so they can't really take advantage of that 2-2 split by Hazard for now. Plus with Hugo, yeah, Tempest looking to, or Temp should I say, looking to join up close by. We have seen the first shots being fired up by Hazard with Tempest getting a double knockdown. Is he going a little bit too deep? A little bit too far? Nearly. He gets swiped down to about 20 health by Joker of Team Savage, but he's able to execute first aid kit. Plus Starboy is going to get taken out as well from Will H. But now Tempest is looking for the final player of Team Savage. Joker on top of the roof, surrounded across the board by the members of Gaming, rotating down from El Azahar and towards the eastern coastal side by Impala, with Flex arrivals coming down from the junkyard area. Hardshift are going around the Hacienda San Martin terrain to come in from the northwestern side of the circle, and Hazard, who did take down Team Savage, are going to stay in Los Leones before they look to move into the circle from the southwestern side. OMA get a player knocked down at the hands of Magic, so it's going to automatically create a little bit more space for Magic. And what I like about Magic is they're not sticking around that area. They're actually kind of recognizing the fact that they've got a knockdown, so that automatically gives them a little bit more time to edge closer to the circle, because they have lost valuable ground over teams inside the circle because of that circle shift, and because it kind of, give or take, took them a little bit too long up until that point to move in to the circle.
With Prada there, could potentially get caught out. They don't want to risk that. But look at Godsend's rotation right now. They make their way in to La Bendita, but also as a result, cutting Hazard away from the rest of their team.
Yeah.
Tempest is now on an island by himself versus Rolkis and Will, with Reeves coming in as well to support. Will and Temp, they might look for that flank once again for Hazard, but it's going to be much more difficult than just what they face with Team Savage.
Oh, in the open fields when you're rotating, you gotta be so careful. And Hazard weren't careful enough, and will get swiped to the floor off the back of that vehicle blowing up. Hugo's now doing his best to just kind of stay safe behind that tree as he does chuck out a smoke to give him a little bit more protection. Don't go for the revive, Hugo. Do not go. Oh my god, he's actually going for the revive. Well, you know what? I'm going to give him balls to the wall, respect for that. But all that's doing is that is allowing Godsend more time to suppress Hazard and close their way in, as Jaja is going to provide that level of support for both Will and Reeves, as Reeves flanks around. Jaja gets a knockdown onto Temp. Tempest is going to look to try and find Rokas on the other side, but Rokas is going to be prepared for Tempest, and he knocks him down. Hugo goes down out in the open. Will is now the last remaining player for Hazard, off the back of getting revived up, but he is surrounded by the rabid animals that are Godsend. Even though Rokas got swiped out by Will, there is still 3 members left of Godsend, closing and encapsulating Hazard. And indeed, down they go at the hands of Godsend.
That could have been such a different fight, but Rokas refuses to die twice, going on to about a couple % of HP, but keeps himself alive, which allows the focus to be maintained onto the rest of Godsend, keeping them in that fight. All 4 players alive as well. But Magic Order, meanwhile, they're moving closer into the zone, because look at that zone, still about 50%. I think we're in a little bit more than 50 here.
What the hell?
We're going to be in the water. We might even have a little bit of an island finish.
Oh my god!
Continues to go this
island
way.
finish, island finish, island finish, island finish. Please shift over to the east on the next phase. If there's ever been a time to have an island finish, it would be here. All the while after Godsend took down Hazard, now they have another fight on their hands at the one and only 777 Esports. Rokas got knocked down as he was further away from the rest of his team, even though he got revived up. However, with a clean knockdown onto Gunnar, that's giving a little bit more time and space to Godsend for them to try to pull off a bit of a push. But what the hell was that from Jaja? Why did you end up going in like that with the vehicle? Now at least Will and Reeves as the last players up. It is a 1v2 though. That's something that I will make note of as Gunnar's knocked down along with their teammate King. As now UV doing everything he can to hold on for dear life. To revive is going to be pulled off onto Rokas. Will is waiting it out. UV pulls off a first aid. Gonna hang around on the outskirts of this UAZ. As he pushes his way in, he's gonna get taken out by Will, and that is gonna be ended. 777 Esports, and that is kill number 11 for Godsend. 11 in 14 minutes. That's nearly 1 kill per minute.
That's a good percentage of this lobby here, but they crucially keep Rokas alive by going for the revive rather than double trying to first those kills. But on the other side, Optic on the coastline versus Flex Rivals with Hardshift coming in finally from their hard northern flank, and also OMA coming over to PTL. This is a fight along the coastline because these teams have to be anticipating that this zone will continue to go to that island, to continue to go east.
And Optical have a great position on the edge of the road because they have that low ground dip that they're able to peek up and shoot from. So I really like how they're looking so far in this game. However, something they need to think about is that third party from Hardman, and that was something that I was making note of. I wasn't expecting him to be punished that quickly, but with a mini 14 shots coming out from Hardman, that has really put Optic Gaming under a lot of pressure. And then a knockdown comes down onto Farah. Beaster is now the last player standing for Optic. Smoke is going to get thrown. Actually, sorry, no, he's not the last player standing. There's also Death flanking around on the other side. But either way, another grenade being chucked out, very well executed, puts Beaster under a lot of pressure. He's going to get taken out by Hardman from the flank angle, and now Death is going to be on his own. He's going to look to try and disengage away from this, but is it going to be too little, too late? Oh my dear sweet Jesus, he's holding on for dear life. The tire is blown out, but he does get behind a hay bale just in time. But will that buggy get blown up to the point where he will lose his life? I don't think that's going to be the case. But he is fighting for his life. He's fighting for the first place position of his team in this fourth game, and he does get a knockdown on the Rocky.
Yeah, come Hardshift. Despite the fact that Sponge and Lotus are very far away, Hardman and Spartan are trying to go in. Looks like they have Rocky, and it will be Vanix far away and nasty split. It will be difficult to try revive Rocky, and this is where Hardshift could come in for the third party if they be more aggressive, but they are being slightly too passive. And on the other side, OMA taking down Magic.
Yeah, they're taking the fight on towards Magic. Haven't quite taken them completely down because Magic do still have 3 players up for their side, but at least they're keeping the pressure onto Magic outside the Impala City and the high ground terrain that Godson do hold onto on this Miramar map. It's a great position that Godson hold on to because they're able to play around this high ground, play around this big chungus of a mountain rock, and of course pick teams off one by one. Down on towards the coastline, PTL have also made a great push from the southern side where they might be able to put a little bit of a third party pressure on this fight between Flex Rivals and Hardshift. Hardshift have overtaken a spot that was once held onto by Optic Gaming, and Optic Gaming hold on for dear life as a one-man army.
This is the Hardshift I wanted to show you, Imperium on Miramar. This is their strongest map by far, and they are still a squad here, taking down Flex Rivals, one of the top teams here, and potentially can even eliminate Optic behind them if they catch them out. This zone has shifted away from the island, and that is a little bit sad, but it does mean that these teams need to make their decision on where they want to take control of. You see Magic on the top side, but PTL, they also want some of this action on the coastline. They want to take down Hardshift themselves as they come in from the south.
Well, yeah, just trying to create that controlling space, right, and allowing them a bit more freedom to reposition once the circle does shift away from that coastline, because I'm definitely predicting on this phase 5 that it's going to go away from that eastern coastline and back over across the road towards the mainland of the big Chungus Mountain and the buildings down the south of it. OMA are going to have a little bit of a tough task, despite the fact that they put pressure on towards Magic, because they are going out in the open down that hill. But if they do time that reposition correctly on the next circle, should it go away on that next shift, should it go away from them, it could work out in their favor. But now as it does shift up north, exactly where I thought it would go, up north, away from the coastline towards Godsend, and that was great circle predictions coming out from Godsend, because they were set up for either kind of shift.
Yeah, and keep in mind, although Hardshift are a full squad, they need to make this rotation. Nasties and Death can easily cut them down as they make their rotations in. Lotus, I don't think, has spotted, and that will be Godson eliminating him from behind, and that will be a crucial knock-up, eliminating also one of the vehicles that Hardshift need to rotate here. And it will be Godson controlling the center of this game as OMA and Magic come from behind, and Will could be caught out.
OMA, Magic, or actually OMA are going to come in from behind and take the fight on towards PTL. Harsh is knocked down. I think that was off the back of one of the Hardshift players getting knocked down onto PTL. Yeah, it's a double knock, leaving Pranav as the last player standing for PTL. Going to look to chuck up a grenade. Can OMA continue the pressure on towards PTL? Surely they got to see those smokes. Surely they got to see an opportunity to strike inside the circle and push in onto PTL. Either push Pranav towards Hardshift, although Hardshift are actually going to make their way towards PTL. To 3-team fight on the coastline of this Miramar map. All the while, a nice high ground swipe by Gussin onto OMA will not allow them to push too aggressively, and Pranav in the smokes catches out. Chahal confirms that kill, and now suddenly OMA find them up with just 2 players left in this game, giving plenty of space for Hardshift to get more of a controlling position on this coastal line.
Godsend don't have it completely free here. Magic are behind him. As we mentioned, Will is looking a bit caught out, is barely able to survive. Puts up the med kit. That is crucial for them keeping in control of this zone. But PTL, they're suffering. Caught in between 2 teams right now is Hardshift. Try to oppress him.
Indeed, and OMA, I was going to say, are doing a great job, but then Sponge comes in and gets a knockdown on the Chris, so that revive did come through, so OMA do still have 3 players up. That's pretty good for them, considering the stop gap in their push onto PTL earlier on. You do still have one of the final players from Flex, the rivals, Nasties, looking to take down Harbin. Harbin is under a lot of pressure behind that little bit of rock outside that vehicle. And now he's going to come in, he's going to get caught out by Nasties. Job done. Bob's your uncle. Hardshift are down to 2 players, and it is going to benefit Nasties, along with Death, I might say. Optical, with Death, have been able to get himself into the top 7 off the back of that wild disengagement on the buggy, but Will finds Costy. Magic are now going to get themselves under pressure. Will doing a great job of hovering in between that proactive and cautious play for the Godsend side.
What this does for Nasties onto Hardshift is it provides Hardshift with its dilemma. They've got now a player behind them. They've only got 2 players to keep themselves in this game as the zone shifts away in favour of Godsend. Again, Hardshift, they will take down OMA though, and it looks like they want to stay alive. But Magic, they need to revive and need to put this pressure onto Godsend, because Godsend are in control with the high ground as well.
Are they hovering onto the high ground for too long though? Are they risking it too much for a biscuit? It's going to work out for now, at least, because Roke is able to get knocked once again onto one of the OMA players. Grenade was trucked out by Magic, did put Will under a little bit of pressure and chunked him down on health. Reese was holding on towards that backline, being cautious of the likes of Hardshift, Flexa, rivals, and the last remaining player of Optic. Adobo does knock down Will with a Chungus grenade. It's going to give Magic a little bit of space to maybe shift in and rotate and position on towards that shack area in more of a central position inside the circle. They get there in time, but Reeves finds Adobo. That off-angle play and that flank by Godsend proved so effective as Pranav comes in, finds another player of Magic, and Magic find themselves getting third-partied on this Phase 3 shift and down to just 2 players once that revive can be executed.
Easy way for Godson, Wilkins and Will to get down now, but never mind. Obliterated in this 4th game as the grenade finds them both. It will still be hard shift in this game, moving in with Nasty's. The sponge gets knocked, button coming in though.
Raucous, baby, with the double grenade. Nasties finds the last remaining player of hard shift, and suddenly we're down to 4 teams. 3v1, v1, v1. How the hell has PTL managed to survive this? How the hell has Flex Arrivals been able to survive this? How the hell has Optic Gaming been able to survive this? This is 3 one-man armies coming into the final circles of this Miramar game.
It is these armies coming in, the one-man armies. Here is Reeves, Will, and Volkers looking to upset them all. Staying alive in this zone as it moves close towards him, but Reeves hunting down Death. Death could assassinate Reeves. This would be crucial for assassinating Godsend as a whole.
Oh, Reeves, be careful, my friend. You're in the buggy. And somebody got spotted up. You did get out, but 110% Death knows the vicinity of your location. Reeves does have to reposition back on towards the other side, but is he just going to be a little bit of a sacrificial lamb trying to grab information on the outskirts of the circle while Will and Rokus does all the work on the high ground area? It's a bit of a risky play. It could go against Godsend. What we know might not be what they know.
That is very true. That is very true. And Optic is down to about 30% health. This is vital as this zone moves in. He has healed up, but this is phase 7. It's going to chew through both these players. Reed's also in a little bit of a tricky position. It does get caught out. Would the smoke be enough?
No, it won't be. He's going to get taken out. Reed's biding his time, and he made it work for his side. Now he can focus on getting back into the circle to join up with the rest of his team. In the buggy he goes. We're down to 3 teams. It is going to be PTL, Flex, the Rivals, and Godsend. But Nasties is going to be the next target for the Irish God. That is Reeves. He's going to keep the pressure on towards Nasties. Rokus finds Pranav. Reeves finds Nasties. And Godsend close out this Miramar chicken dinner for the 2nd time in the PMNC.
The highest amount of kills of all 10 games so far. 18 kills out of a 51 player lobby. That is a disgusting statistic on top of a chicken dinner there, Imperium. And they will rise back up to the top of this leaderboard where they're looking to steal it away from Optic. Optic falling down in 4th position, couldn't quite hide enough away from Reeves and his buggy of death as they will fall down in 4th. PTL in 3rd. FX with 4 kills in 2nd place.
Man, 18 kills of the 51-man lobby. Now, that's not even a 51-man lobby. That's a 47-man lobby for them. So they got 18 kills out of 47. That is nearly half. That's over a third. That's over a third of the kills going to one team alone. Godsend right from the off start as a full squad, running through this lobby left, right, and center, taking every fight that they had the opportunity to take, but not in a overly aggressive way. Yeah, Jaja made a big boo-boo against 777 Esports, 110%, but other than that, every single engagement was well executed. Every single engagement was calculated. Even Reeves, like, you know, that's not even something that Reeves has to really think about. It's second nature for what Reeves does. He flanks around. It's how he plays his game, and he's so damn good at it. And then when you have the likes of Will, when you have the likes of Rokas, and if it is a 4th man up for Godsend, they just provide that level of space for Reeves to make that work. So really well played for Godsend. It speaks for itself. Is it enough? with 2 more games to go where they can overtake first place, where they have gotten close enough to Magic and Optic? I don't know, but surely you got to think it is.
Got to think they've definitely changed how this final 2 games will look, especially going on to Vikendi, which is a game where the zones and the positioning is what we want to talk about there. But this game again, this zone, what is it with these zones today, Imperium? We have still to get to Vikendi, but these zones in Miramar and previously in Sanhok, in the previous games before that, they were disgusting and difficult for these teams to get back into. But, of course, we do have Godson with 18 kills on top. FX will be 4 kills in second position. PTL in third with 2 kills. 3 going over to Optic. It will be Hardship stealing away 5th position with 5 kills.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, no. Continue on. I have something to explain, but continue on.
Oh, exciting. But OMA in 6th position with 2 kills, and Magic in 7th with also 5 kills to themselves. 777 Esports will be in 8th position with 4 kills. 9th, Hazard with 4. 10th will be NFX with 0. 11th with Team Savage in 0. 12th position will be Nepal with 1 kill. 13th in the rear, MVP Gaming. Disappointing match for them.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to bring it over to our beautiful faces where I can show your face and mine. But what I noticed, is that we actually do have results for today's games. It was just a separate page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, as of right now, after 4 games, and I'm going to send you this link as well, my good friend HighlandWolf, but I'm going to show the beautiful faces that are watching this. Current scores from the first 4 games today. Okay, so in the first 4 games today, Magic have scored 57 points, and Optic Gaming have scored 52, along with Godsend, who scored 52. So if you take that difference, Magic has scored 5 more points than Optic Gaming, and you apply that to the overall scores coming into today's games.
This is only 3 games.
No, it's 4 games.
Well, no way if Godsend only got 2 games.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You're dead right. Sorry, it's after 3 games. My apologies. After 3 games. But that means that, like, outside of this game, if you take what the scores were, I still think Optic Gaming have done enough to hold on to first place for now.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely, there's no gigantic lead coming out of any other team, which means, of course, Optic will still be in the lead, but it is shrinking. You have to imagine with Magic getting the higher position points and also not actually equal kill points, should I say, as well, but 57 in total. They will start to close that gap. And also flex ahead, they're also going to start to close that gap. So it is up to still these final 2 games, and we saw how easily it can change in the final 2 games, whether Optic can keep themselves alive long enough and get just a couple kills here and there to keep themselves in that top spot. But if we see a game like we saw from Gorton, from Magic and Flex Revivals, Magic particularly, this could be stolen away still.
I tell you what I'm going to do is during the break, which we'll go to now, I'm going to do some quick maths and get the overall points with yesterday's games and the first 3 games today, just to give us a little bit more context. I know it probably won't include the results that we had from the last game that we've just seen, but at least if it gives us a greater idea coming into the final 2 games, that definitely something that we can talk about. So on that note, I'm going to take us to a break, but don't go away. We'll be back in the next 5 to 6 minutes for the second last game of the PMNC regional finals for the UK and Ireland region, going over to Vikendi. See you guys soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, to the PMNC regional finals for the UK and Ireland region. I'm Imperium with HighlandWolf, and we're getting into the final 2 games of this tournament, where only one team will qualify for the national finals.
And it's going to be super close as well. I mean, we still have 2 games to go. We've had some crazy zones. We're now coming on to Vikendi, which is the map for craziness here in Imperium. But God sent, they took a massive win, which they needed to get, because they were, say, 52 points behind Optical in first place going into their 4th game. But with that has upset the leaderboard. Optical, despite the fact they got that high position still, they didn't get the kills to match it. And, you know, I am also interested in how Hardships play, because they got 3rd, then they got 5th, and they have been consecutively now 2 games in a row upsetting the top of the leaderboard. If they can upset a couple teams here, that will open the door to one of these teams for a ticket in that national final.
That is true indeed. I have done my quick math, and if my quick math is right, up until game 3 today, i.e. game 10, the scores are like this. The standings look like this. Optical in first with 163 points. Magic in second with 145 points. Flex, the rivals, in third with 145 points. MVP in fourth with 121 points. And Godsend in 5th with 111 points. But that does not, and I repeat, does not include the game that we just had. So I'm very excited to see how the standings are going to look. But I tell you what, I am looking forward to as well how this playing path looks. HighlandWolf, take us through it.
Telling you, I'm waiting for the southern zone once again on Vikendi. I'm waiting so bad for Imperium, but it will be a northern plane path going from the west over to the port side of Novomesto over to Peskova, which we will see a number of these teams go over towards the eastern sorry, should I say western coastline? It is game 5. I'm getting a little bit muddled up here in my directions. Over to those areas in Novomesto. And I think what is interesting, like, we didn't see too much of these hot drops and where these teams are dropping in the first round of the Kenny because of the way the zone went. And oh my goodness, oh, just stop, I'm out. Like,
isn't that a similar phase 1 that we saw
that's
in
about
yesterday's
as similar
games?
as you get. Like,
I
should start wishing for these zones. I'm so sorry, players in the lobby right now. I feel bad for them.
And we're instantly seeing a fight between Team Savage and OMA right off the bat, as Team Savage able to close out an initial kill onto OMA. So OMA straight out down to 3 players. Starboy looking for the shots onto Rodus, as Rodus does try to reposition into those buildings to grab a little bit of loot and keep himself protected. Starboy does have to be careful because he is on his own, and they did lose Summit as well, so it has been a 1-for-1 trade all the while. I think it's 777 Esports, Hazard, and Team Nepal, along with another team, MVP and Podvosto. 4 teams in Podvosto. What the hell is going on? Tempest gets taken out, swiped to the floor. Temp, I think, is on his own inside that building. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. As the members of 777 Esports are going to be looking to surround him. But there is an MVP fight going on as Danny gets taken out by UV. So 777 Esports are taking 2 fights at once. Temp goes down. We did see Zabi go down, but he is going to get himself revived up pretty nice and swiftly. And Hazard are down to 4 players all the while. Hitman from Team Nepal is just... Man, he's just kind of staying safe inside this Podvosto train on his own, although he's going right into the loving arms of Senzo of MVP. Gets those pre-fire shots off as he look to try and trade them up, but it is going to be Senzo that's going to lose that one against Hitman. Although 777 Esports are not letting up. They're going from building to building eliminating their opponents and becoming the kings of Podvosto. They find Hitman. They knock Hitman down. ADS of MVP is just crouching, hiding in the corner of the building, hoping he does not get spotted out, as Hazard, who are down to 2 players, can do nothing but stay where they are on the outskirts of Podvosto. What a start to this Vikendi game.
Packed. This is difficult for rotations. This is everything we want to see in Game 5. But MVP, they must stay alive in this game. If MVP die, that is them out of contention for first position. They will not be able to catch Optical if Optical beat them in this game. In 777, they're looking to deny them from that spot. Still 4 members with ads and Ashura split. Hardman also with the rest of Hardship, they actually were looking to maybe engage, but they say no thank you, and they will retreat that 5th team around Podvosto.
Lots of wait and see. They might look to kind of wrap around on the other side and catch out a few of these teams coming down away from Podvosto, but I definitely think they should think about their position inside the circle, as ADS was able to find UV, but the pressure became too much and he gets wiped to the floor, and Asura can do nothing other than, if I were him, get the hell out of there and go across the river to the other side of Podvosto if I were you, my friend.
To survive. MVP is their hopes, their dreams rely on Ashura. Ashura must escape Podvosto to get a chance to even contend against Optic at the top spot, let alone the fact that they might just have to do some 1 versus 4 shenanigans themselves to get those desperation points for them. But all of these teams, keep in mind, especially Optic, are looking really comfortable over in the south with also flexed rivals. These 2 teams are going to be the ones we look at, essentially getting to the top and looking to contest in that final match on Erangel. But it's still snowy. It's still Vikendi here. And we have seen, actually, it does look like OMA did wipe out Team Savage as well over in Critches, which will buy themselves those 4 kills as they move themselves that marathon all the way down to the south end.
Godsend are actually going towards Critches. Now, I know Godsend... Okay, no, they're just going around the north of the... I'm trying to think where they're actually going. But I'm trying to get an idea of their pathing either into the circle, as opposed to like opting to go down the south of that western coastal line and into around the Dino Park area. It does seem they're aware of the fact that a team landed in Critches, at least one team, and they might be looking for a bit of a fight outside the circle. This is kind of what Godsend does, though, to be perfectly honest. When they do land in Volnova / Hot Springs area, and they're outside the circle, they'll stay outside the circle for the first couple of phases and take a couple of fights and catch a couple of teams out, and it seems like that's what they're looking to do against OMA.
I also think with that Miramar game, there is renewed hope in Godsend, right? They're looking now at the potential that they can steal away this first position from Optical. And with doing so onto OMA, that would buy them those 3 points. It does look like MVP did find 1, maybe find 2 onto 777.
Couldn't find the other 2.
He wanted
and he gets taken out. I did say he should disengage. He didn't. And, you know, I paid the price. That could be the end of MVP's chances of going into the top spot. And, yeah, it's been overall a poor day for the MVP guys, because yesterday they scored 83 points in 6 games, whereas in the first 3 games today, they only scored 38 points. So that's a much lower average points per game, as now OMA are going to have the fight kicked off with Godsend Rees getting the first knock on towards OMA and the first kill. So it's going to send OMA outside of Critches with a snow globe, and it's just going to be 2 players left standing. Godsend probably won't look to chase them too heavily, but they have created a little bit of space for themselves around the Critches area. All the while, Optical are going to have a couple of neighbors by their side in the winery area with the Hands of Magic, NFX, and even Flex Rivals.
going to be that more, a little bit of an open end here on the south end of the zone. Optical going to look to come together as a squad with Beaster and Death slightly split away, but Beaster providing that vision as Flex rivals move their way away from the fight and towards the coastline. CR7 and Phalanx surely must do the same, but NFX, they were aggressive, they took control of one, they're looking to take control of this game themselves and maybe provide that upset that we're looking for. This is 3 of realistically the 5 teams down on the south end with Magic, Optic, and Flex. In whichever one manages to take out on top, maybe none of them, if NFX or PTL upset, will have that chance going into the final game to take the top spot.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, with no disrespect to NFX or any other team, realistically, like, you know, it's all about Magic, Optical, Flex Rivals, and Godsend at this stage of the tournament, right?
Exactly.
Fighting for the first spot. It's only one spot is available. It's only that first place, so it's going to be up to one of those 4 teams to keep control of these games, control the destiny of their results, and of course, grab the points needed to take that all-elusive first place.
Yeah, keep in mind as well, Godsend, they did go into game 4 in 5th position. Despite their good game and game number 4, they still need to repeat that here to get back on top over Optical. So they're still not out of the fight. They still need to have a good game again on Vikendi, and they will look to do so moving into the zone. You see also RMA, they've split along to the coastline moving in, and Hardship, they are on the other side of this zone moving in through Hot Springs and Cantra. That team that is gone 3rd to 5th in game 3 and 4, looking to get that high position and upset one of these potential winners.
Godsend now make their way in towards the circle, coming in down the south of Dino Park. OMA are staying down by the coastline, coming in through the Vihar area, to be expected. Now, as Hardship, as you mentioned, are coming through from the Hot Springs Cantra area, we'll see a little bit of a cluster of teams towards the Abbey Winery and Milnar area. And 777 still holding on to the Podvoso train, give or take, with the 2 remaining players of Hazard pushing back up the Mount Kresnik area as the blue zone does close in. It's only phase 1 blue zone, so that tick damage isn't really too much. The only thing you're kind of losing is information on the teams that are inside the circle, but what we know is that there's plenty of space for 777 and Hazard in around the Tobar and Abbey area, even Volnova, if they did opt to go down that pathway.
Certainly is not out for these teams still to make it inside of the zone. Nepal Manis is going to have a heck of a journey to get back to the rest of his team, maybe disconnected, which is why they're so far split. But that zone will continue to feature some water inside of it, but not as much. It will focus around the side of Milnar area and the coastline here. The center going to be actually no compound at all, but when Nepal are on the hillside, just waiting over the rest of these teams to have an angle to engage.
I still think maybe Flex Rivals and Magic taking a little bit of a risk sticking closer to coastal line. I know I mentioned that last time in Vikendi, as Flex Rivals has 1 player going towards the coastline, is going to be caught out by Adobo of Magic and make that second one with Venks and that 2-2 split. Flex Rivals, yeah, with it being such a coastal line phase 2, they should have realized that there was more than likely going to be at least one other team hovering across the coastal line, and because they didn't realize that, they got caught out and do lose 2 players, although PTL are looking for a little bit of a similar push with King getting knocked down at the hands of Adobo. They turned their attention. Pranav going inside that building. It will be Magic. It is just Pranav inside that building on his own for now. The rest of PTL yet to join up. Maybe if he can suppress the members of... I was going to say, if he can suppress the members of Magic enough for the rest of his team to join up, that might be good. But I think PTL are cutting their losses and they're going to survive as a 2-man team.
Magic suppressed PTL real good there instead of PTL the other way around. And it will be still this cluster of teams though waiting on a nice edge to see which team will come out on top. Optic, Godsent now joining the fray with NFX here in pushed away from Winery. Godsent do look to control Winery now as that location on the edge of the coastline. But look at the other side. Hard Shift and 777 moving in on the western or the eastern front, sorry. And it will be, looks like Spartan caught out alone.
Spartan's going to have to be very, very careful. Because he parked the Zima inside the garage, I don't know if 777 know he's there. No, yeah, they do know he's there because they're blowing up that Zima. But now the rest of Hearts are going to look to join up and provide a little bit of support. Zabi with the Molotov does get the cook onto Spartan, and Spartan will lose his life. Harbin is looking for a bit of a flank position on towards the rock of the open area, but he's going to get spotted out by Zabi. Zabi, because he got that knockdown. Nice red dot shots coming out from Hardman with that G36, but I feel like 777 are in firm control of this fight as of now, because when you look at Hardship, Sponge and Lotus are separated, although Gunner does get knocked by Sponge.
It is going to be these vital knocks need to get in advance to try engage. Sponge needs to get a little bit closer, pretty far out, for no help for Lotus here if they get knocked. Lotus going in the vehicle, looking to flank round. Sponge needs to also engage, as we mentioned, looking for that flank with Hardman coming in.
Yes, perfect. Nicely done by the side of Hardship. They had to make that work as a two-man team. They confirmed that kill onto the player of 777, and now Zabi, Tango, and UV have to hold on to this compound position. Both of these teams are outside the circle. Zabi gets knocked out. Nice play by Lotus. Gets a double knockdown on to 777. And now it's just Tamgo left standing. Tamgo gets taken out. And that is Hardshift pulling off a well-executed engagement. I'm not going to lie. I was not expecting that. Really well done, Hardshift.
Yeah, it is a shame that, you know, there is obviously real life kind of interfering with their standings. They've had work issues, which haven't meant they've had the best of times in these scrims. But today, they are coming online, consistent now with these next squad wipe. And you do see NFX and Godsent know together. NFX getting engaged upon.
NFX are getting engaged upon a very important fight for Godsend in this game. There's 10 teams left. You're not going to get a lot of placement points if you do go down. Jaja does find Hyper. In they come. The smokes are being thrown out for NFX just to provide a little bit of respite, but Joker's going to get spotted. Now there's going to be one player left standing for NFX. No job done for NFX, and Godsend will get that squad out and continue as a full squad.
Crucial they stay as a full squad. The smoke set allowing them just to fire in. They knew they would be there. They come in as a 2-2 split to alleviate pressure if one of them starts to take fire, heavy fire from the enemies of NFX. But Optic are still just outside waiting for them around outside the wire area. So
and here's the thing. And here's the thing. In my eyes, Optical know that was Godsend. They know that Godsend is up there, because if you look at the perspective of Hackshot, he knows that there was a team up there above him, and he heard the shots that went on. You put 2 and 2 together, you're going to make 4. You're going to make 5. I definitely think Hackshot and the rest of Optical know exactly where Godsend are, which is really good because, like I always say, information is power. And if Optical know where Godsend are, they can either look to punish them unnoticed, or they can position themselves to a point where they don't take the fight, potentially lose it, and potentially lose first place, and they allow Godsend to take a fight against another team. So that's really good information by Optical.
Exactly, as this zone will be very shortly going into phase number 3 here in this 5th game. Hardship going along the coastline towards Flex as Godsend maybe have to turn around, decide if they want to go for Flex as well as a third party, or instead attempt to cross the road. Will be very difficult without the smoke roads there to take down Optic. But Optic, keep in mind, they are 1-1-1-1 split here.
Kind of,
this could be them being picked off if they're not careful. If we see maybe making the power come from behind, give the pressure that Godsend needs.
If the circle stays in the favor of Optical and the compound are in, they definitely need to join up as a 2-2 split or a full squad. But right now, the 1-1-1-1 split, which you did correctly mention, is pretty good. The circle shifts up and it does go in their favor. Godsend are actually going to look to Godsend the full in towards that compound and look to capture out, decide to flex their rivals if they can find flex their rivals, if they can eliminate one of their opponents fighting for the top spot. That would be a step in the right direction for Godsend. In they go, taking no prisoners, taking no shit on towards this Vikendi game as in they go inside the building. Breeze is going to look to flank around on the outskirts, make sure that they not disengage away from that building. They have to be careful about hovering their way upstairs towards the final two players of FX. A grenade is going to be cooked. Is that going to work out in their favor? Not quite. It was actually smoke being thrown out, I believe, by Godsend, and now they've been stopped a little bit dead in their tracks. They're heading with caution as the two teams fight inside this one building. It's inside the circle as of right now. Jaja gets dropped to the floor. It's going to be return fire on Beast, but now in comes Rogus to get that kill with Reese onto Flex. The rivals and the rivals have been wiped to the floor. Is this the redemption of Godsend in these final 3 games to claim the top spot away from Optical?
Last place in the Vikendi, 0 kills yesterday to eliminating multiple teams. Godsend have woken up and they now pretty much have denied Flex away from that top spot, who were a little bit of a lead away from Optical. So Optical being in this game means the longer they last, the less chance Flex have to overtake them. Optical, all they have to do is survive. With Godsend no still alive, it is a little bit dicey because they did get that good game as we mentioned previously. But there still is the potential to upset Godsend. We have gone a little bit maybe too aggressive in the past, and they now go over to Hardshift for more kills, potentially. Hardshift making their way into the winery.
Again, Optical are biding their time. They're waiting out. They've yet to come across an opponent just yet. I do know that Godsend were taking shots at Hardshift on that rotation, so they know exactly where Hardshift are, and I think Hardshift realized that Godsend are kind of tracking them and they're going to wrap around the other side of Winery. However, the thing Hardshift have got to realize is that they are not inside the circle because it has shifted down south. Godsend go back down to the compound they are in. What are Optical going to do? Magic, they have to look to be aggressive on towards the players of PTL, and that's exactly what Magic are going to do because they've seen Godsend pop off in the kill feed and they will want to match it. They will not want to let this get away from them. Shots are being fired up by Cossie. He goes up behind the wall, nearly connects on the Harsh. Harsh is going to be able to pop off a first aid. Looking to protect themselves, Max and Harsh holding on for dear life. But the members of Magic are surrounding them, swarming them like a bunch of flies to light. In comes a knockdown on the Harsh. Max is now left on his own. He's trying to hold on for dear life, but he does not survive. He's going to go down. And Magic grab a position inside the circle. They grab a compound and they grab 2 more kills in their favor.
This is crucial for them to stay alive in this game. But Hardshift, they're struggling to find a position. And Optic also return with kills, eliminating 3 more players as Hardshift fall down in 7th position. Godsend, though, they see this. They must know Optical are here. They now know that this is Optical. And Optical, they need to come together. Look at the position on Beaster. So far away, Godsend could effectively make this a 3v4 if they full send it.
But then again, Beaster does have a great off angle onto maybe Will or Jaja. So if he can make that work, that could provide a bit of time, a bit of space for Optical to get the better of Godsend. The important thing for both of these sides is that they do not need to move. They're in the circle, so there's not going to be any harsh repositioning from both sides. It's just about somewhat suppressing each other. But then when you look at
It
Magic,
has
who
it.
are firmly inside the circle, they have plenty of space to grab control of the southern side of this phase 5.
Yeah, as we mentioned, has a debt. 2 more kills potentially for either of these teams will be vital. And I feel bad to say they are kills, but they are in a phase 5 zone. They are gonna die, to be honest. They would take a miracle play to assassinate both teams, and it will be Godsend picking up those kills. And we see that zone shift away from both Optic and Godsend, and this is where we will see one of these teams come out in top, as Magic sit pretty on the south end alongside OMA and Nepal.
9 kills for Godsend in this game. Reese gets a clean knockdown onto death. That's going to stop Optic dead in their tracks. That's going to give more time for Godsend to push into the circle on their side if they choose to, or what they might do is they might try and take the risk of facing a little bit of that phase 6 blue zone damage at the benefit of hovering on towards the edge of the circle and pushing Optical towards Magic, and they take each other out. It is a calculated high risk, high reward strategy for Godsend to pull off if they do look to do that. But as we are down to the final 5 teams, 3 of these 5 teams are fighting for the number 1 spot in the PUBG Mobile National Club UK and Ireland regional finals.
They want to represent their region here. They want to show up later this weekend in the national finals versus the best of the best for those 3 spots in the spring 2021. But it is Nepal and OMA that could upset them. But one of these teams will fall down. Jay looking like he might fall to Gucci and Poison.
Optical now are going to make their way in. They're not going in as a full squad. They're going to actually make their way towards the shack outside of the compound as Adobo finds death. And that's going to be the death of death as he gets caught out. And that wasn't the push that Optical, in my opinion, needed to make. It's one thing being inside the circle, and that's all well and good. But when you're pinched behind a shack, you are exposed to a few grenades. Kossi finds another player of Optical, so does Adobo. It leaves 1 player left standing. Rees are given all the time and space in the world to wrap around, even though we do still have Nepal and OMA inside this game. Let's make no bones about it. It's not about them. It's all about the Magic, Optical, and Godsend shows Magic are making no mistakes. They're taking no prisoners. They wipe out Optical and give them a shining bright light in the overall standings.
This opens a door for both Magic and Godsend. Whichever team takes this will have the opportunity to represent themselves in the UK and Ireland scene on this national finals later this week. But Magic, they want to do it. Godsend, they are a little bit split. Reeves is in front. If Magic pick them off, they will find potentially Godsend in this game.
You have to be careful about those sneaky third parties, so to speak, from the 2 remaining solo players, as Jay does find Bang, actually, so they take each other out, and that's going to make it a little bit easier for Godsend, as they're going to look to take down Jay from behind. Jay just goes into the water, but he gets caught out. However, with the circle shifting up north, that's given circle control over to Magic. But the spread from Godsend as Rees finds Prada, but he's going to get returned fire by Kossi. Rokas is inside the vehicle, not knowing exactly what he wants to do, as Jaja is going to be further away from the rest of the team. This, I feel, is a Magic chicken dinner, especially if the revive gets pulled off on the Prada. It gives them the man advantage, it gives them the circle advantage, it gives them full control, because if you look at where Dobo is, he controls the eastern side of this phase 7. Jaja, unless he finds a perfect angle out in the open with that vehicle, with those shots, it's not going to look good for him and the rest of the Godsend side. But he makes his way down a little bit to the side. He's not quite in the circle. Going to take the shots towards Adobo. Adobo, you saw, did blow up that vehicle, not wanting to take any chances as the blue zone's going to start closing, and Kossi's going to join up with Adobo. That clean 2-2 split from Magic is magical. coming into the final moments of this game, as the members of Godsend have yet to find any kind of position inside this circle. The blue zone is closing in. We're in the 27.5-minute mark of this game. The winner of this game could end up being the winner of the PMNC, but a knockdown comes through from Jaja onto Magic. The shots are going to be coming through. Rokas goes in a little bit too deep. He's going to get dropped to the floor. It's going to be a second knockdown. Kossi, the hero of the day for Magic, gets a double knockdown onto Godsend and leaves Jaja on his own, fighting for dear life, fighting for his right to party inside this Vikendi game. The blue zone's nearing its end. 28 minutes into the game. Jaja's going to full send it in, but he's going to get put under pressure by Cable. Prada is going to be possibly able to find those shots. He's going to look to run and gun. Jaja's on his own. He goes down and Magic take the Vikendi game.
Magic on top, and look at the kills so on both of these teams. Magic with a chicken dinner with 11, 13, 14 points in total, 34 points, shooting them back up into the potential for first place. Godsend also, though, keep in mind, secure themselves 11 kills in second position, so they are getting back into this game, but it will be Magic, I think, with the way that these standings have gone, now in first place.
Absolutely insane. Man, what a game. What a game. Magic just played absolutely perfectly. They took the fight against PTL really well. Flex Arrivals made that core mistake that lost some 2 players in the early parts against Magic, and then they got taken out by Godsend because it was just 2 players left up. Godsend were on a rampage, man, and then Optical were passive, right? We're trying to play calculated, but there's a time to be calculated, there's a time to be aggressive, and Optical, have they missed the mark? Have they fallen short coming into this final game?
Think they might have been a little bit too quiet here, Imperium. They wanted this super silent game. They wanted to get in to the high positions. Yes, they got 5th, but it's nowhere near the game points that you're going to see in 3rd, 2nd, 1st position. Plus the fact that they only got 2 kills as well here, Imperium, compared to what the others are getting. Optic are now on the line. Despite their lead going into today, they are the ones that have to get these massive kills. They need to be re-aggressive and shows why they got those 90 points in the first 4 games. Why they got 111 points out of the first 6 games yesterday.
Absolutely insane. Taking you through the overall results of this penultimate game here in the PMNC regional finals for the UK and Ireland region. Magic, first place, 14 kills. Godsend, second place, 11 kills. OMA in third with 5 kills. Nepal in 4th place with 1 kill. Optical in 5th place with 2 kills. Hazard in 6th with 0. Hardshift in 7th with 4 kills. And PTL in 8th with 0 kills.
Yeah, 9th, you've got Flex Rivals there with 0 kills. Unfortunately for them, they will be basically eliminated from that top spot contention. And FX with 0 kills in 10th position. 777 Esports in 11th with 7 kills. Their MVP also Hard Time have been eliminated now statistically with 0 kills. And in 13th, Team Savage with 1 kill in the rear position.
Oh man. Close. It's so close. We're heading into the final game. The good thing is that I've taken a screenshot from the results of this game. I know the results of the points leading in to this final game. I am going to be doing the quick math. We will know how close or how far Optical, Magic, and Godsend are from each other. I really couldn't ask genuinely for a more exciting last game or lead up to a last game in the
Right.
PMNC regional finals. I've always said it. Tournaments can always come down to that last game, that last result, that 1 point, right? That's the difference maker. And as I said, has that chicken dinner, that extra 6 placement points, been the reason why Magic make it through ahead of Godsend and Optical, or has it all been for nothing, so to speak, and will they drop down and bow down to the pressure of this last game? HighlandWolf, I don't necessarily know what else to say, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, we're still waiting on those codes for Game 6 to get us into the action. I cannot wait to get into that final game. But as you mentioned, it will be these 3 teams. Optical, Godsend, and Magic to take us into the final game. These are the 3 teams that can still effectively get that top spot to represent UK and Ireland in the national finals later this weekend. But keep in mind, keep in mind there are still these upset teams that can eliminate one of these 3 squads, and if doing so, that would be a major upset going into Erangel.
Are we also forgetting and disregarding Flex a little bit too quickly, right? They had 145 points, the same as second place, the same as Magic, at least coming into the Miramar game, today, right?
Okay, fair enough.
So they had a good result in Miramar. They got, I think, 2nd in placement points. So that kind of kept them up there. But in this 3rd game, they only finished in like 9th. So it really wasn't that good of a result for them in last game. However, I don't think you can completely disregard them. I think they've done enough to hold it in. But that's why I want to do the maths, right? That's why I want to do the calculations so I know where we stand coming in to this final game. So while we wait for the final game to go down, let's go to a break. Let's let the viewers salivate a little bit longer and rest up and get ready for the final game. We will see you all in about 6 minutes. This is it, boys and girls. This is it, people. The final game of the PUBG Mobile National Cup regional finals for UK and Ireland. It comes down to this. They've had 11 games so far. We have 4 teams fighting for that #1 spot to see who's going to qualify for the National Cup. My name is Imperium with the one and only HighlandWolf. How are you feeling coming into this final game, my friend?
Man, this is a hype game. I know you believe there's 4 teams. I'm saying there's 3, but I still get your point. I think this is still any of these squads games. And, you know, before we get into those teams specifically, let's have obviously a little bit of a look, as you mentioned earlier, just before we start, about where these teams stood in day number 1.
Yeah, so pan on over to the overall standings after the first day of games. This is how it looked at the end of day 1, okay? At the end of day 1, before all that's gone down so far went down, we had seen the Optical were in first place on 111 points. All good in the hood, sitting pretty with a good 20-point lead over Flex Arrivals in second place, with Magic in third, MVP in fourth, and then Godsend all the way down in 7th. Hey, look, Godsend had a tough task, but they're used to it, right? They're used to that kind of task, right? Of having to kind of, you know, fight their way back in the overall standings. They did it in the MEA League, and they're doing it here. But it was looking good for Optical, right? They had that cushion. All they had to do was not really slip up.
Yeah. But that they did. 52-point deficit for Godsend going into game number 2. We are getting to our final game. The 52-point deficit for Godsend. They have shortened that to just 15 points.
Same.
Not to Optical, but to Magic, who are now 6 points ahead of Optical. Magic with 189 points. Optical with 183. Godsend 174. And yes, Flex are in there with 168. If Magic, Optical and Godsend all fall early on, and Flex maybe eliminates one of them, that could be the resurgence of Flex to rivals. And they can still take this spot to represent UK and Ireland in the national final.
That's the thing. It is still mathematically possible. And I also still believe it's possible because of the fact that it's 20 points for a chicken dinner. So that's nearly 2/3 of the points they kind of need initially to catch up to Magic. Yes, as you rightly said, it 110% comes down to how good or bad Magic, Optical and Godsend do. But if Flex pull off a Godsend Miramar game, if they do absolutely go full ham, nothing to lose, back against the wall, balls to the wall, we could see that happen. And I want to see them be that level of aggressive, because in my eyes, they've kind of got nothing to lose.
So there's no other way about it. If Flags want to represent, they need to go all out. They need to hunt not only these teams, but the rest of the lobby for these kills. They need to effectively do, as you mentioned, what Godsend did, and basically wipe out 25% at least of this lobby just to get back that deficit on kills. Because if they do that, and even if, say, you know, Magic, Optical, Godsend, they survive to the end, if they don't pick up these kills, if Flex steal all the kills in this lobby, then it comes down to the points, and then Flex maybe can get into the lead. But we will be going into our final game here. Green Pastures of Erangel will be where we'll settle who will get that top spot to represent UK and Ireland.
Playing path is on the western side of the map, so it's going to be pretty good for Godsend, at least, who do like to land in the South George area. However, it might go against them because that playing path is hovering around the George Paul area. Will we see them come under fire from the likes of Hazard Gaming, MVP, two teams that are not in the running? So that's something they're going to have to think about and going to have to be well calculated. I'm not saying that Godsend should play kind of any differently than they have, but they just need to have a little bit more awareness as they do disengage away and play around the George Paul area.
It's upsetting a little bit to see actually Flex Rivals go so far away from the rest of these teams early on.
True.
I think that could be an impact to where they actually place in the final standings. But we do see the rest of these teams dropping in around Pachinki, Godsend, Wave 777, and Hazard. That will be Godsend needing to take down 2 squads at once to keep their dreams alive. And just like all these other zones in every other game, I was really kind of expecting it, but it will be a very far east zone. The zone's not playing easy for any of these teams for the first place.
The good thing for Godsend is that Hazard has kind of opted to go to Pachinki along with 777 Esports. So them kind of taking each other out not only gives space on the western side of the map for Godsend, but of course it takes bodies off the lobby. Although, wait, no, whoa. What the hell? Wait, what? No. Godsend have actually gone to Pachinki. I didn't even realize. It's 3 teams in Pachinki. What the hell? I'm sorry, but I just... It just didn't register with me now. Godsend have lost a player already. Reese is in the same building as Zabi, but he's on the upstairs. He's on the downstairs. 1 by 1. It's a shotgun blast. Reese finds Gunner. He's going to look to find Zabi. He gets a double kill. He gets a double knock. And he's keeping the hopes and dreams alive for his Godsend side. Jaja's on a silver of health. Will is across the road. Can Hazard and 777 Gaming be the reason why Godsend don't make it through? Or will Godsend strive, survive, and prove why they are not only one of the best in, or the best in this lobby, but one of the best teams in the world?
Their effective portfolio going in as well. So the global championship later on this year, they have taken down 3 members. Reeves and Will looking to find a 4th. When also keep in mind, only Will H is a solo versus Jaja. Godsend, if we pick up all of these kills, this is Godsend looking to control the top spot.
Will finds Gunner. It's another knockdown onto 777 Gaming. The revive did get pulled off onto Zabi, but I don't think Zabi has any heals. He does not. He does have an Uzi, so he's on minimum amount of health. Tango is inside that building. And now 777 Gaming find them under an increasing amount of pressure. Reeves makes his way on top of the roof looking for Will H, the last surviving player of Hazard Gaming. And could be Will against... Will is further away. I was thinking it could be Will against Will H. That would be pretty ironic, but it's more likely Jaja against Will H as Tango disengages away from those buildings. Zabi was able to get a bit of a first aid kit. The crawling nature of UV as Reese is going to go inside the window. He's going to have to stop Zabi from getting that revive off. He gets the knockdown, and Tango is going to have to go his way out of these buildings and away from the side of Godsend as another kill is going to be racked up for Godsend in early parts of this game. This is insane! As Jada with the grenade onto Will H of Hazard. What an insane grenade by Jada. And then down goes Tango. Yes, Will gets knocked out, but it doesn't matter because Godsend kick off this game with 7 kills in the first 5 minutes.
Godsend quite literally are bringing the roof down on teams, are bringing the roof down in this tournament. We thought, honestly, they were out after the first day with only 52 points, but they have brought it back. And down in the side of Georgia Pole, we see our other team here. Optic Gaming, they have a cluster rainbow of icon of these players here, as it will be Nepal going down to MVP, but unfortunately we all know MVP, they're just going for as high a position as possible.
Yeah, talking about Optic, as you mentioned, landing in North George, it's all well and good because it's a safe place to loot up. It's a big, massive city, but like you mentioned, the fear for them is that they do have a little bit of a rainbow effect in front of them at the hands of Hardshift and Team Savage. The good thing is that they're kind of far away from both those teams enough where they're not going to directly get punished by them. However, there's a much higher chance that they're going to kind of punish each other, as Lotus is looking for one of the members of Team Savage inside the same building. A great pre-grenade being cooked up by Lotus. It's not going to connect fully. He sent him back a little bit too much, and these teams are just going to stay off the pressure of each other. And then all the while, Magic are pretty much the only team in the center of the circles. We're down 9 teams already.
Yeah, Magic just want to go for those placement points. They know they're in the lead, and they're hoping and praying that both Optic and Godsend, though we know Godsend are on a rampage right now, will be eliminated before them. And it is that zone. It will decide it. We could see, heck, that zone go all the way into the ocean. We've seen these zones get so close to the coastal lines and these teams having to play around the very edge of these maps. We may see it once again, but still in Georgia Pool, it will be Team Savage and Hardshift here with Team Savage 2-1 split. 1-1 actually on the backside as Hardman and Lotus are split apart.
Do you want to talk about Flex Arrival a little bit? Because you made a really good point when they did start to drop down by the Primorsk area. I was all well and kind of happy about that initially, but I understood your reservations because now we're at the stage in the game where there's 4 flexed arrivals. There's only 31 players, and they in theory have to get a minimum of half of those kills, right? They have to kill 50% of the lobby right now. And that is just looking further and further apart because they're so far away from the circle. Yeah, and although I kind of respect the passive nature, I do think it just wasn't the way to kind of go down, in my opinion.
It's not cool.
But yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, they kind of bury themselves in their own grave here in this final game, unfortunately, away from the rest of these potential kills. Instead, it is going to be this Georgia Poll cluster of players. We see Hardshift and Team Savage have come together somehow between each other to come together, that 3-on-3. But OMA, they will find MVP a little bit to the south of Georgia Poll.
They're going to find each other right now as we also see this fight breaking out between Hardshift and Team Savage. A kill by Hardman onto one of the Team Savage players helps. Puts Team Savage down to just 2 with Summit and Joker. One on the high ground building, the other now down on the open looking for a little bit of a flank around across that road. And as you had mentioned, the fight between OMA and MVP is raging on inside this blue zone. Lotus, you see in the kill feed, does get knocked down, does get confirmed by Joker. So nicely done by Team Savage. However, the focus, the attention goes on towards this fight. So Sora is a little bit of grenade thrown in his favor, with ADS getting knocked down off the back of a fantastic Shahal grenade. Danny off on the back line should be able to find the angles on one of the OMA members. Jay, most notably, who's kind of inside that shack, if he can make that work. But it's all about trying to bait the members of OMA out into the open.
2-2 split here coming from OMA. They're looking to try find Sentinel and ads from the front side. But Kish, also with royalties, is going to cut out Asura from this fight. But Jay is caught by Danny. Yeah. The flank comes out.
Yeah, that was the kind of bait position that Danny was hoping to execute, and that does put a bit of a stop on Shahal's position. But he's going to catch out on the side of the wall Senzo of MVP, and that means ADS is going to indeed go down. Asura is kind of not really doing too much, although I like the fact that he was kind of being aware that he needs to be on that protective low ground position. Senzo is going to go down out in the open. Asura gets knocked down by Chahal. What the hell? OMA? what accuracy coming down, and that leaves Danny as the last player standing from MVP, and not going to be a good end to the PMNC for the boys from England.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are all in the blue zone. Ashura will get that shot in the back. That will confirm Ashura will go down. Roti's finishes are off. Danny will be that 1 versus 3 situation, but they're both in the blue zone. They both need to get back in, and this will cost them this extended fight later into the game if they make it out. But we do also have to look at the side of Team Savage and Hardship to both keep themselves alive. Joker did, I believe, get knocked down, will or be AFK, one or the other, and won't make it inside the zone. Hardship will make it in with Summit in Rozhok. Also, keep in mind, Optic and PTL, they are still just a little bit further north, going round into Yasnaya Polyan and through to Stalba for Optic. Optic, I don't know if they know they are behind Magic. They need to get these kills on board, so having a passive game and hoping Magic dies is a little bit risky.
It is a little bit risky. It is a little bit risky indeed. Godsend are going to be opting for that open field but prominent position outside Yasnaya, where they have the hillside, they have a compound, and they have a lot of sideline information on any of the teams kind of rotating around them. Will is actually going to send himself in towards that field compound to gather another angled position. Flex Rival are kind of coming in behind him a little bit as the blue zone is ending on phase 1, and we'll see phase 2 pop up. I do like that rotation from Optic, I will say, away from North George on the north of the river, and just being calculated on that rotation. You made a good point about kind of, maybe being a bit too passive, but it still was a calculated rotation. But the circle on phase 2 shifts over to the western side, which puts Godsend in a bit of a stronger position. Mind you, they are to the eastern edge of the circle. Do they know that Magic are around that mansion area? Have they spotted out the bodies of those Magic players?
Yeah, Magic, they could fall here. In Godsend, then have the door open to them, because Optic is so passive, to take this first position away. But Magic, they could equally rotate down. I think Godsend do see them. You see them anti-rotation here coming out from Godsend as they also move down south. And this is them trying to gatekeep out Magic from the hopes, as they are in first place right now.
Optic now coming in around the eastern side of Yasnaya. To find a position inside the circle. You were talking about Godsend kind of hunting Magic. That's kind of what they're doing. They're chasing them by the tail and putting even more pressure onto Magic, giving them absolutely no respite. And they're not exactly like being overly aggressive, but they're just doing the right amount of chasing, where they're maybe putting a bit of fear in the eyes of Magic. But now as Reese kind of goes outside the circle, stops by the road, he's going to spot Adobo, but now looks to kind of backtrack towards the rest of his team just a little bit more, and they might kind of stop by the southern edge of this circle. But again, all it does is that kind of creates a little bit more space for Optic to go onto that compound down on towards the Yasnaya fields, along with PTL and Flex, the rivals, opting for that central phase 2 compounds.
See, Optic have taken the position of Godsend. Godsend, they are very split here, and Magic are compiling onto Jaja.
Oh, Jaja. Oh, man, you got too close to the fire. You're so close to getting burned. He does make his way out of the building. He's going to actually fire up a couple of shots towards Magical before executing off that first aid. What is kind of good is that Magic didn't sell the full squad. They're still Prada, and if Prada is able to spot Jaja, no, he doesn't. That's going to leave Prada behind, and now Magic are just doing what they can to reposition away from Godsend. You can see they've struck fear in the eyes of Magic. They really have struck fear in the eyes of Magic. Like, compared to how Magic played in Vikendi, this is completely different.
With their rotations, they will catch out Prada in the blue zone. This could be an equalizer here kill for them, putting them both on 3 members. Optic are still on 4 full members here, and that zone will close around every team apart from Flex, and Magic
Oh,
currently
man.
inside. We still have a couple outlier teams to make it in who,
Yeah.
as we mentioned, can get that upset, but it is all eyes on Magic, on Godson, on Optic to take that first position. And Optic, they need to wake up because they need these kills. And PTL and Flex,
Yeah.
they might be the kills they need to get themselves back in pole position.
So Godsend are going on to that high ground hill that I believe in a previous Erangel game was nearly won by MVP and was won by, I think, Flex, rival. It's a great open-ended position, but remember what Nepal couldn't do in the last Erangel game, holding on and controlling the open area. Godsend are the kind of team who can pull that off. Now, Magic are making the safe rotation down the hillside and onto that compound that is overlooked from the hill that Godsend hold on to. But there's 4 walls around those buildings that Magic are kind of less likely to get caught out from. So that's pretty good, in my opinion, from both sides, and it complements their current playstyle. But this is Optic rotating passively around the southern side of this circle. They're going to get caught out a little bit by the side of Godsend, but they do make their way a little bit to the safety of that compound down by the southern side of this road, but they're going to opt to go up and towards the hills on the southwestern side of this phase 3.
Optic, they don't get caught out by Godson. This is vital to them staying inside. And it will be OMA and Team Savage, with Team Savage getting return kills back onto them on the other side. But a focus still on the rest of these rotations as OMA also secure more onto Team Savage. That will be Team Savage out of the game. 7 teams remaining. It will mean less kills for these teams to get on board in the lead right now. But Flex still alive, keep in mind as well. They can still majorly upset this game, even though there is only 23 players. They have lost their opportunity to take that first spot. I think they are now mathematically, realistically.
I think they mathematically are out of the running. I would genuinely believe so. But we'll have to wait and see. There is PTL to the north of them. Rocky is able to get a knockdown actually onto Reeves of Godsend. That's actually very important. And you were talking about causing the upset. Yeah, man, that upset could be caused by Flex derives, and Godsend need to be a little bit careful. Blue Zone is closing in on this phase 4. Phase 5s will pop up. This game has gone by relatively quickly despite the amount of teams that went out early on. But what direction is it going to go? Like, the 3 teams that are fighting for the first place are all down on the southern side of this phase 4.
Right. Yeah, and it will mean that they potentially might wipe each other out. But this road in the middle of the zone will separate these teams just enough. And that means that even though that pick onto the side of Godsend, that won't equal a team wipe in the end. Because that zone still, as it shifts in again, will keep these teams separated by that roadside, by these 2 hills on either end of it. But it is still a fairly open zone here going to come to an end. So it means that, once again, it comes to the basics here, and it comes to the smokes, it comes to the vehicles that these teams have brought with them to use as barricades, to get those final couple shots in, to get those final couple kills, and get them to the top.
This is a hard game for Optic because they're on the high ground, and yeah, okay, they're kind of edging on the edge of the circle, but Lord knows that phase 6, unless it stays down south, they're going to have to go down that hill. And with Godsend on one side, with Magic inside that compound down by the hill, and hell, even with a team rotating up by Optic, that's going to be even harder for them. OMA might be looking to cause a little bit of an upset. However, they are possibly going to get caught out. Child going to be knocked to the ground. No, he actually prones his way down, manages to survive. But OMA are going to feel the pressure of the blue zone. It is phase 5 blue zone, so it does cause a lot more hurt. Reese is going to get knocked down as well by a player of Magical. That's not looking pretty good for Godsend. Krish? going to get knocked to the blue zone. This is so important for Optic to close out this fight against OMA and create a little bit more space under the southern edge of the circle. But OMA just don't really know exactly what they want to do. One of their players is just going to go full send it down by the southeastern side of this road. Krish is going to get confirmed. The revive has been pulled off on Deriz. So Godsend are still a 3-man team as hard shift do lose another player, leaving it with Hardman, the last player standing.
Yeah, captain of the team himself, here to hold a banner up in his final game. But Phase 5 closes in, and their zone is going to choose for his players. A PTL face her after Flex.
Flex are looking to push in. Shots are being fired by PTL, even off the back of a couple of those knockdowns. Rocky full sends it in. Pranav is now going to be last player standing for PTL. He's going to get a clean knockdown onto CR7. Rocky's holding on for dear life behind that rock, but he's actually going to get third party by Hardman from behind. That leaves Flex arrival with just Beast and Vanix left standing. OMA Chahal is going to be taken out by Optic. That's good for Optic. Another point on their side, but once again, with the blue zone hitting the edge of this phase 5 circle, the miracle upon miracles for Optical has to put that circle down on the south side. Where is it going to go on phase 6? It's teasing us. It goes a little bit close to Optic. What they can do is they can shift down on the edge of the southwestern side of the hillside, come down then by the western edge and hold on to those trees and that path line. All the while that compound that Magic hold on to is still magically inside the circle, and Godsend have to find somewhere to lay their bed inside phase 6. The good thing is if they can get rid of Harman, if they can get rid of Flex the rival, what they could do is they could hold on to that low ground down by the side of the road and make things work for them. But Pranav gets taken out. That's the end of PTL. Optic pick up another kill point that could heavily matter as Harman is going to go and try and make his way in, but he's going to get swiped down to a sliver of health and holds on for dear life.
Wasn't going in.
Godsend are actually full sending it in onto the compound. Magic lose a player. This is now or never. This is do or die. This is all or nothing for both of these sides. Magic's on the outside of that building. Gets a nice clean knock onto Jaja. Barry's down on the outskirts. He's going to get knocked to the floor. Will is on the sliver of health. This could be the end of Godsend and the run in the PMNC because the revive was pulled off on the cable. Willis has nowhere to go. His back is against the wall. Optic can do nothing but look over all the scene, and Godsend lose their run in the PMNC. They are out in 4th place, and Magic and Optic are still in this game. 3 teams left standing. You have Flex, the rival, you have Optic, and you have Magic, but we've already talked about it. Credit where it's due for the Flex at the run that they've pulled out in this tournament, but they are not in the running for this top spot. It all comes down to this. Coming into this game, Optic had a 6-point deficit against Magical. Magic,
they need to get this chicken dinner. Plus, they're both equal on kills, Imperium. Optic need to find these kills on Flex. If Magic take these kills on Flex, it's not enough to get a chicken dinner. Optic have to take the fight.
Optic have to take the fight indeed. You're in the center of the circle on phase 6, so wherever it goes, they're most likely going to be inside the circle. Costi does knock Beast. That's still not a bad thing for Flex to fire, as Death steals that kill away. Steals it from the palm of the hands of Magic. That could be the golden kill point that takes it away from Magic. 1 player left standing from Flex arrival. Hackshot is going to be put down to a sliver of health off the back of that grenade, but he's going to be able to execute a first aid. Yes, he will indeed. With Death looking over and towards the members of Magic, what he's able to do is he's able to provide information. The circle goes away from all 3 of these teams, but Hackshot and Beaster are definitely much closer to the western edge of this circle as Beaster gets the better of Vanix. That's a 2nd kill point in the favor of Optic, as we're down to the final two teams to secure the #1 spot. Let it be said, whoever wins this game secures their spot in the PMNC National Finals.
Magic need to take that rotation round. Costly looking to be a little bit sneaky. Cable also going round the blue zone, but that damage might cost him. Optic 2-2 split right now. They have the advantage in players. Imperium. Optic might steal this back.
Death gets a knockdown on the Cable. That's a golden push that Optic need. He's gonna put himself forward as Fowler is going to send it on towards the side of the rock. Adobo has nowhere to run on the outside wall of this compound. Costi did send himself across. He gets a knockdown onto Death, but Death returns fire to confirm the kill onto Cable. 2 against 3 between these two teams. Fowler
It is Optic, yeah.
Trying to hold on. He's flanking around towards the side. It all comes down to this Beaster looking in the sightlines of Costi, but Costi has a bit of a buggy in play. The shots are going to be fired by Beaster. His position has been somewhat exposed as of right now. With Hackshot close behind, he might be able to pick himself up and get a bit of a return knock should Beaster be taken down to the ground. Phase 7, blue zone closes in. Costi is going to be put down to a minimal amount of health. He's going to have to blow up that boogie, but Fowler from the off angle finds a knockdown onto Costi, but Adobo goes down. Optic take the win. They take the spot in the PMNC National Finals with the last game of the tournament.
Optic steal it away. You could not script a better finale in a final game. Godsent got stolen out of this game by Magic. Then Magic couldn't steal the win away from Optic. Optic will secure that one spot for the UK and Ireland National Finals representative for the weekend, and it will go to them. Magic commiserations, so, but what a comeback they made to try and make that possible.
What a comeback indeed. They came into this with a 20-point deficit. They came into this final game with a 6-point lead. They played the early game overall very well. They avoided Godsend at the right time. They wrapped around them. Godsend were hunting. They were out for blood. They were foaming at the mouth for those kills. But when they made that push into the compound, they just missed the mark, and it all came down to Costi being able to get that double knock onto both. I believe it was Will and Reeves. No, sorry, it was Jaja and Reeves, and then Will was left on his own, and he got swiped to the ground. But in the end, it wasn't going to be enough for Magic. Optic, first place with 8 kills, 28 points. Job done. That's pretty much going to be it. I can do the quick maths, but we all know for a fact that it secured them their spot in first place.
It mattered so much in that final showdown that the side of Optic secured both of those kills onto Flex Rivals. Even if one kill had gone over to Magic, it could have then come down to who got more kills overall in those 12 games. But because they secured both those kills, they denied away Magic to just equalize the points in general.
It wasn't just the points as well, it was the position on that flank angle, right? Because Flex Rivals was stopping Optic from essentially kind of rotating around towards that phase 6, phase 7 on that northwestern side. And when that grenade popped off and when they confirmed that squad wipe onto Flex, the rival, that gave and opened up Optic's ability to play around that phase 7 so well. And credit to Farah as well, because Farah did way more than you think, right? Because he was on that off angle, because he was on that flank position on, I think it was like the northern side of the circle, he was able to get so much information where he traded a knock at the benefit of his whole team. And it was Adobo. He just couldn't survive outside the circle, got wiped out, and job done for Optic. It's amazing. Like, on one hand, they shouldn't have let it get so close off the back of how consistent they played in day one. But at the end of the day, with the rampage that Godsend had pulled out in today's games throughout the whole lobby, Optic still ended up the deserving spot and qualifies for the national finals.
Yeah, and an exciting team nevertheless. A team that when they are on top, they know exactly how to wipe an entire lobby of players. But expectations were surpassed here for the side of Godsend after day one.
Yeah.
You do have to give them such such respect for the way they played it. Even in the last game, when they got double hot dropped against them in Pachinki, they still wiped both squads and then took 7 kills on top. And it's scary to think, right? They were so far down and they almost got that first spot.
Like, I know that Godsend aren't really going to be like too worried. Like, they're not going to care too much.
They're still
right?
in the
They've
global
got,
championship.
you know, yeah,
right?
I know. Nobody likes to lose, right? Nobody, you know what I mean? We all like to win.
That close.
So on one hand, they're going to be a little bit disappointed, but I know they would have been using this kind of lobby, this kind of situation to train their, in my opinion, they should be at least be using this to train their mentality coming into these pressurized games, right? Even though this technically wasn't a pressurized game, it is. If you have a similar situation in the global championship and Godsend are at that point fighting for first place, being able to channel situations like this where you maybe either made a mistake or you didn't make a mistake and you succeeded, and you're able to channel that kind of energy into a really heat of the moment situation, that could be the reason why you come out on top. That's why, like, we always say, like, experience is so important, and, you know, knowing what you've been through in the past as a team, as a player in a competitive setting makes all the difference later on in your career. So definitely Godsend will have learned. They're not going to be too worried because they have bigger fish to fry, but of course, you know, they're not going to enjoy losing, but they're not going to worry about it too much.
Yeah, I think they still got hope elsewhere in bigger oceans, bigger fish, as you say, to fry.
Yeah.
But it still is a 52-point deficit going in to today that they were able to close out, and it shows you that even though Godsend can be so far behind, that they can still pull it out of the bag.
Yeah, of course.
Still turn it around completely.
Of course. Yeah,
and you do have to mention it, although this was obviously arguably an easier set of teams in what we'll face in the Global Championship. They did in places struggle, and that is concerning moving into Global Championship.
It is.
But it is thankful to know that they can pull it back when it counts.
Yeah, again, like, you know, what is it? Competition breeds competition. I know for a fact that, like, when Godsend come up against the best teams in the lobby, they're going to be prepared for that. But look, you know, that's talking about a different tournament. With all due respect, this isn't what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the PUBG Mobile National Final. Congratulations to Optic. You are going to be the UK and Ireland representative in the national final that does kick off this coming Thursday. 4 days, 6 games per day. That's a total of 24 games for 3 spots in the PMCO 2021 Spring Split. They're going to go up against teams from Russia, Kazakhstan, Norway, Denmark, those regions. It's going to be insane. I know I'm going to be casting. I cannot wait to see what the other teams have in store, what that lobby is going to be made of. It's going to be absolutely incredible. But on the note, we are going to end the broadcast here. Not going to leave it go on for too long. Thank you so much to yourself, wonderful HighlandWolf, for casting with me and bringing the intense action right until the bitter end. You can give HighlandWolf a follow over on Twitter at HighlandWolf_. Thank you very much to everybody who tuned in and supported your teams. I know there's a lot of support for Optic in the chat, so congratulations to you guys that watched and are happy with how it ended. And of course, thank you very much for watching the stream, tuning in, for subscribing. And look, I'll see you all another time. Stay safe out there. And yeah, thank you very much for tuning in.
Consider.